Thank you, everyone. Please stand. I open tonight's public forum, being Council's first public forum under the new Code of Meeting Practice, the time being 6:45. Please be seated. Just for the benefit of councillors, the prayer and acknowledgement will be read at the commencement of the official council meeting. I'll now read the chairperson's announcement. The purpose of tonight's public forum is to hear oral submissions from members of the public on items of business to be considered at the council meeting to follow. In accordance with Council's Code of Meeting Practice, I advise that this meeting is being live streamed via Council's website and a person's image and or voice may be broadcast. The live stream recording will be published on Council's website for at least 12 months after the meeting or for the balance of Council's term, whichever is the longer period. Attendance at the meeting is taken as consent by a person to have their image and or voice being live streamed. All present should refrain from making any defamatory comments or releasing any personal information about any other individual without their consent. Council must refrain from engaging in disorderly conduct, publicly alleging breaches of Council's Code of Conduct, or making other potentially defamatory statements. Council accepts no liability for any damage that may result from defamatory comments made by persons attending this meeting, and all liability will rest with the individual who made the comments. Individuals acting in a disorderly manner can be asked by the chairperson to leave the meeting. This meeting must not be live streamed or recorded by others without the prior written consent of Council. I've received no apologies. We have a full house of councillors. I've also received no requests by councillors to attend via audio-visual link. Councillors, just as per the ordinary council process, are required to declare and manage any conflicts in the public forum that they may have in relation to any item of business that is subject to an address in the same way that they're required to do so at a council or committee meeting. Are there any declarations of interest, councillors? Okay, there being no Councillor Rosenfeld?
Yes, CP 126, I own an investment unit in close proximity to the address mentioned, and hence it is a pecuniary interest, and I won't be voting or debating the matter. And also NM 726, I declare a non-pecuniary, non-significant interest on behalf of all Liberal councillors. This is because the Juniors Club allow the Liberal Party to hold branch meetings at their clubs without charge.
Thank you. In relation to NM 7/26, notice of motion from Councillor Veach, I make the following declaration. I am the Secretary of the Maroubra branch of the Australian Labor Party, which meets at the Juniors Maroubra. It meets without charge in line with all other not-for-profit community groups which seek to book those venues. I will be participating in the matter. Councillor D'Souza, and then I'll go to Councillor Said.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I too have a similar declaration. I am independent, but I am a member of the South Juniors, and Pete McCroy and others, board members, are very close friends. But in saying that, I will be voting on the matter because I think it's an important community matter, but I have no pecuniary or non-pecuniary interest. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any further speakers? Councillor Said.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I also have a non-pecuniary, non-significant declaration, NM 7/26. I am also a member of the South Juniors group of clubs. I'm also virtually a member of just about every club in the Randwick LGA.
Thank you. Councillor Luxford.
Yeah, I too wish to declare that I am a member of South Juniors, purporting to NM 7/26, non-pecuniary, and I'll be voting.
Thank you. Are there any further declarations? I believe Councillor Rosenfeld did it, unless you have a different one.
Oh, okay. On behalf of all Liberals, can we please all be, I think, or at least the majority of us are members of South Juniors group of clubs, and this does not give rise to a pecuniary interest. Therefore, we declare non-significant, non-pecuniary, and we will be participating in the matter.
Thank you. Any further declarations? There being no further declarations, thank you. We will now go to the item, which is the first that has speakers, CP 2/26, co-living housing student housing trends and planning responsibilities in Randwick City. Speaking against Mr. Angus Thompson. As you come up, Mr. Thompson, I'd just like to advise you that you are free to answer questions if you so wish. However, you are under no obligation if you do not wish to. Thank you. Mr. Thompson, you have 4 minutes.
Sweet. Hi, my name's Angus. I'm a student at UNSW. I'd love to live in walking distance of the campus, but even as someone who used to live here, I can't really justify that for the options I have and for what they cost. I consider myself part of the community, and contrary to the claims in the report, I do frequent restaurants and bars in the area. Some of my friends would too if they could afford to live in a reasonable distance of the uni, but they have to commute an hour and a half both ways to Western and Southwest Sydney, and they can't really justify spending that time on that commute. So these are the people who aren't able to, who you're talking about when you say they don't go to the local bars. They can't. And the first thing I'd like to highlight is the planning staff seem to have made an error, a significant error in calculating the proportion of visitor parking. Recommendation F on page 40 of the agenda says a visitor parking rate of 0 points per room be applied to co-living, be consistent with the New South Wales traffic generating guidelines. However, if you look at page 46, and I've checked the source here to confirm, it says that a rate in the traffic generating guideline is 1 space per every 7 rooms. A few blocks away, we have an institution housing some of the, sorry, this microphone's really close. A few blocks away, we have an institution housing some of the smartest people in the world, some who are quite literally working on cures to cancer. Perhaps we could tap in some of their expertise to help explain that 1 space per 7 rooms is actually not 0.7 space per room. It's actually just 0.14. That's more than 4 times lower. Putting this error aside, I would like to strongly object to the plan as written. The explicit intent of this policy is there for there to be less student accommodation built next to one of the best universities in Australia. Council has even tried to get a moratorium on student accommodation development, and since that has been rejected by the state government, the amendment seeks to add unnecessary costs to student accommodation and make it unviable to build. This change would require a huge amount of additional parking to be built that would not be needed, and it would probably would sit empty. It's, as I've mentioned, the proposed figure is far higher than the most extreme figure in the transport generating guideline. This would quite literally be the highest visitor parking rate applied in all of Australia. If you would take the traffic generating guide literally, this would require the construction of more than 4 times the parking necessary. Each parking space costs roughly $100,000 to build, and that would add to every unit there. And so this comes at a huge cost for quite literally no benefit. I cannot emphasize that this rule is going to require the construction of a parking space that will sit empty 100% of the time. And this will entrench car dependency in our community at the same time when we should be encouraging people to take more sustainable forms of transport, such as walking, cycling, and look, there's a light rail right there. Like, why do we need an excess of so much parking? Like, if you're going to visit someone there, why are you driving there? Like, you literally have a light rail stop that would open, that you can just step off and tumble into one of those buildings. If this policy were to succeed in its intent to get less student accommodation built, that would make it harder for people like me to live and contribute to this community, and it would just make housing less affordable for all members of the community, and not just students. When I used to live here,
There's been a request for a 1 minute extension. All those in favour, all those against, carried. Please continue.
Thank you. When I used to live here, well, if those students don't live in the student accommodation, they're going to live elsewhere, which happened in my case when in 2022, my rent skyrocketed by like 200%, $200. And I had 30 days from the lease expiring, and I requested to renew the lease, but the landlord didn't have to. And apparently, if they had to wait 60 days to issue a rent increase. But they all, instead what they did was get a new tenant. So I was denied the opportunity to renew my lease just because, like, and it's going to happen to more people. It happened to me, and I'm not being hyperbolic. People will be displaced because you're not building enough student housing. If we can't build them here, next to the university, where can we build them? I'm happy to wrap up.
Thank you. Are there any questions of the speaker? Councillor Veitch.
Hi, thank you very much for coming in. I'm really interested to hear from you. One of the issues that as a councillor we've had is with the student accommodation is that it's sort of taken up spaces that could have been used for residential accommodation that obviously students would also be able to rent as well. And so the student accommodation that we've seen built is very, very expensive for most students. Most students can't afford it. So I'm just interested to hear your view on that. I don't think, I'm certainly not opposed to like...
Where would you place that housing? Where would you, sorry.
In those same areas, the return for the investment on those blocks is very high, and most of that is not affordable to many students. I am trying to ask him a question. That's all I'm trying to say.
Yeah.
Because we support
Well,
housing.
what's the question? What's the question?
So
I'm trying to ask him a question, if that's okay.
Okay, sorry, hold on. Thank you, councillors. Thank you, councillors. Okay, the code of meeting practice is clear in relation to this section. Should have a question. Councillor Veitch was articulating that she was attempting to get to the question. I remind all councillors, the purpose of the public forum is to allow questions, not debating them. Please continue.
I'll try to get to the point, and I apologise if it's been a bit roundabout. We love the students. I'm a West Ward councillor. I love all the students, international students, local students.
Councillor.
I'm trying to ask you, would you not support like residential accommodation being built along that alignment near the university that could also be home for students? Does it have to be dedicated, commercial, very expensive student accommodation? Would you support just residential accommodation that students could also live in that was more affordable?
Is that indirectly asking to, I just think we should be allowing as much housing to be along that corridor as possible. I think that it's going to be student accommodation because you haven't provided the planning controls for people to do it outside that. It's easier to build a co-living space than it is to build other things. And it's rent, like they're going for the, there might be, I don't really know exactly what planning control they're using, but if they've chosen to build this, it's probably the thing that is in most demand to be built. And these buildings tend to be more efficient for students anyways because they're a bit more, you don't need a full one-bedroom apartment for every student. Some of them are going to share like shared amenities and infrastructure in the building like kitchenettes and whatever. You don't necessarily have that in normal residential buildings, which is probably why it makes sense to build it there. Like, you'd have to ask the developer why they didn't build that.
Thank you. Are there any further speakers? Or no questions? Thank you very much. We now move to the next item of address by members of the public, CS3/26, response to notice of motion, Searle Avenue, Randwick Parking Solutions, speaking against Mel Duca.
Thank you and good evening. My name is Melanie and I live at 1 Searle Avenue in Randwick, and I'm speaking today not only for myself but other members of our street. We are here because of a long-standing issue facing the mechanic business located at the corner of Frenchman's Road and Searle Avenue. It's not a new complaint. Residents have been raising concerns for years. We've submitted emails, we've logged formal complaints, provided photos and video evidence, called rangers repeatedly, and we've even escalated the matter to Marjorie O'Neill, who referred us back to the council for action. The core issue is that the business is operating in a way that dominates the public space. It appears inconsistent with their DA approval conditions, and it creates ongoing safety and access problems for the residents. So these slides are just showing only a very, very small few of the photos and videos that we've had over the years. On a daily basis, we observe multiple vehicles occupying resident parking for extended periods of time, cars being manoeuvred strategically to hold spaces, mechanics working on vehicles on the road, a trailer that is a permanent fixture on the road and has been there for about 10 years, tyres, bins and equipment stored on the public footpath, unregistered or expired vehicles left on our street and the surrounding streets. And then mechanics move the cars back onto the road at 4:30 p.m. when the street signs change over at 6 p.m. And we're going through the slides. We have reviewed the DA documents available through council. Those documents refer to on-site parking and on-site existing waste management facilities. There is no approval permitting to public street parking or commercial storage for their operations, and that's on the public domain. Residents pay significant council rates when we apply for DAs. We, abide by the rules and legislations that are held by council. We follow the process, and we're simply asking that the same standards are applied to the commercial property. This is a safety issue as well. I know I have personally slipped and injured myself in heavy rainfall because I've had to park 2-3 blocks away. Our pregnant neighbour, now with a young child, frequently cannot park near the house, and families are continuing to have to go further, especially when it rains. It's super inconvenient and dangerous. We understand that rangers attend occasionally, but that's only after we complain. It's not very frequent. The behaviour resumes as soon as the patrols leave, and that inconsistent enforcement has unintentionally allowed this to continue. We're asking for 3 clear actions. The first is consistent and rotating ranger patrols, not just visiting when we put in a complaint, because it's getting exhausting and we are doing this pretty frequently. Extension of the parking limits beyond 5 p.m. and reviewing the zoning around Searle Avenue and the surrounding streets as previously petitioned by the residents. We understand that the RA zones have been reviewed and they get that done on a 4-year cycle, but it assumes that only residents are parking in those spots, and we know in practice that's not the case. And third is a formal review of the mechanics DA approval conditions to just ensure that they are working in a way that does not breach these conditions and compromise public safety. We're just asking for fairness and governance. If the residents stored our tyres or our, storage boxes on the footpath, we would definitely get fined and a notice would be applied to us, and we're just asking for that same level of accountability for a commercial premises.
Please request a 1-minute extension. All those in favour, all those against, carried. Thank you. Please continue.
We want to feel confident that when we come to the council and we raise our concerns, that people are listening, because the inaction has led to injuries. I know me personally, we've had other issues occur, and we just want to feel safe bringing our concerns to the council and that it will be followed through. Thank you for your time, and if there's any questions, I'm happy to help.
Thank you. Councillor Hamilton.
Thank you, Ms. Duco, for explaining. And, this issue has been going on for a very long time, as you said. When you first raised it, sorry, I should ask, when you first read the report that's just come out, have you and collectively the people in the street realised that the recommendations would not really suit what you were asking for originally? We had seen there was that 4-year review cycle in which they look at the parking zones and how many are allocated to the residents. We were given 1 additional on the street, but again, that just assumes that it's only residents parking in those spots, and the reality of the situation, and as I said, it's me and numerous neighbours have photos and videos to support what we're saying, is that's not the case. During the day, there's trucks, vehicles, unregistered cars, and so it's just not really working in practice. I think that's the main concern, is that if it was only residents, that would be brilliant, but it's not happening. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any further questions? There being no further questions, thank you very much.
Appreciate the time.
Thank you. We now move to NM1/26, Notice of Motion of Councillor D'Souza, Social Housing Stock in the Randwick LGA. Speaking for, Mr. Peter Fagan. I believe you have a PowerPoint presentation.
That's correct, yes. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, councillors. Tonight, I believe Councillor D'Souza will speak of a critical shortage of housing stock for older, socially disadvantaged and vulnerable people, a shortage of housing stock for less well-paid workers, people working 6 days a week, still not feeling they have a place to call home. People say that even if they have a job to go to, there is often simply nowhere to live. Councillor D'Souza explains that he's never had so many requests for help with housing as in the last 12 months from residents, especially requests for social housing. Residents are living with health hazards, including mould and asbestos, in old and worn-out housing department properties. With the heavy rain, many social housing residents are complaining of leaking roofs and housing in disrepair. Next slide, please. I support Councillor D'Souza asking Council to write to the State Government, advising the critical shortage of housing stock, seeking plans for stock renewal with timeframes, and requesting an increase in social housing stock. Now, as well as writing to State Government, I think it's important that we in Randwick City consider what the situation we have. There is actually a great deal of potential to solve the stock shortages in Randwick City. The city has numerous public housing sites, so shortage of land is not really a barrier. These sites are suitable for replacement of buildings and consequent increase in density to provide more, better quality social housing residences and to move into the field of providing quality, affordable housing for essential workers. I'd like to give a couple of examples in South Ward where I live. The Bilger Estate is a huge flat site, a vast piece of land. It has a spectacular location on a crest with ocean views to the south and the east. It's a site coveted by developers. The building stock there's numerous buildings. The buildings are all ageing, they're of varying quality and they're of almost entirely unimaginative designs. There's tremendous potential here to increase the density and upgrade dwellings. Next door you can see the building with the white roof at the bottom left-hand corner of the photo there. That's the Illume building, which is on the Meriton Estate, the Triggerboff site. That's been built to 5 stories, which seems to be the standard accepted in South Ward for unit blocks. Why can't we see these other buildings progressively, one by one, replaced with modern 5-storey buildings with underground parking? More buildings on the site, taller buildings but not high-rise, and modern housing stock that's not going to leak and get mouldy. Moving on to the next one. Not far away, also in South Ward, the Namatjira Flats. Again, a large site, land sloping to the southwest with Botany Bay views. Again, a site coveted by developers. It consists at the moment of 3 5-floor unit blocks. The grounds are significantly large, but they're really very much underutilised. There's great potential here to increase the density and upgrade the dwellings with new 5-floor buildings. Finally, my last slide. It seems to me that the challenge is to realise the potential of these sites. We have old housing department buildings and we really need to find a way to get them replaced. Some options, and these are for everyone to consider, and I'm not expressing an opinion on them one way or the other. Demolish and...
Thank you. 1 minute extension. All those in favour, all those against, carried. Thank you.
Thanks. Demolish and rebuild a mix of social, affordable and private housing on each site. Refurbish each site as a mix of social and affordable housing. Or demolish and rebuild or refurbish both sites, but with one site committed to social housing, the other to affordable housing. For each section, private sector involvement may be a possibility. Has this been considered? If the state government doesn't have all the money, are there opportunities to get the private sector involved? Works of this sort can lead to dislocation, but if the works are staged with one building at a time being replaced, the works can be staged over many years, and there's no reason why people should be forced out of the neighbourhood. Finally, I'd just like to say we need the New South Wales Government to work with Randwick City Council to allow these amazing and spectacular assets to deliver to people in need social and affordable housing that is safe and comfortable. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions of the Speaker? There being no questions of the Speaker, thank you very much, Mr. Fagan. We now move to NM2/26, Notice of Motion from Councillor Willington, allowing members of the public to address the public forums by audio-visual link. Speaking for Mr. Anthony Ryan.
Good evening, Mayor, Deputy Mayor, Councillors.
Mr. Ryan, if possible, could you please just move the microphone a little bit closer to your mouth? Thank you.
Okay. Good evening, Mayor, Deputy Mayor, Councillors and fellow residents. My name is Anthony Ryan. I'm a resident of Canberra Street in Randwick. At the December 2005 meeting, Randwick Council passed a revised Code of Meeting Practice. This included a requirement not stipulated by the Office of Local Government that those addressing the Council at public forums must attend in person and could no longer use the long adopted method of using an audio-visual link. Therefore, I'm here tonight addressing you in person, not because I want to be, but because I'm forced to be here by this requirement. I am 72 and I'm in very poor health. I have a number of underlying health problems. Having to physically travel here tonight and get home and stand here in front of you is causing me severe physical and emotional pain and distress. As many of you would know, I'm a very active member of the community. I'm very passionate in informing you of the different issues that are important for you to know. I've done this for many years and I hope to do this for many more years to come. I've been addressing council for approximately 6-7 years now via the audio-visual link, which has saved me the effort of having to come here. I'm here tonight because I have to be, to speak on behalf of all those who can't be here. Those disabled, physically impaired, those with illness or sickness, and those who just physically can't get here. This unnecessary requirement does not create a level playing field. Just the opposite. It discriminates against people who are physically or mentally or emotionally disabled in any way. The new Code of Meeting Practice includes a number of principles which are applicable to public forums. 2 of these principles are, first, that the meeting should be informed. Decisions are made based on relevant, quality information, and they should be, secondly, inclusive. Decisions should respect the diverse needs and interests of the local community. Councillors, how can you be informed if decisions you make are not based on relevant, quality information, which is inclusive of all members of our diverse community, because they physically cannot attend these forums? Councillors, I ask you please to do the right thing and re-establish the level playing field by rescinding this unnecessary requirement. Thank you for your time and attention. Sorry, any questions?
Thank you. Are there any questions of the Speaker? There being no questions of the Speaker, thank you very much, Mr. Ryan. Before we move to the next speaker, what I will do is I'm going to briefly adjourn for about 15 seconds so that I can open the ordinary council meeting so that it doesn't lapse. we will then return to the public meeting. So everyone just stay exactly where you are. There is a new code of meeting practice where we are working through the kinks. So thank you. I now adjourn the ordinary public forum at 7:17 p.m. And it will return shortly. Please be seated. Actually, we could have stayed standing. I now open the ordinary council meeting of Randwick City Council held in the ordinary council chamber on the first floor of 90 Avoca Street, Randwick, on Tuesday, the 24th of February at 7:18 p.m. Can I please have Councillor D'Souza to read the prayer? And then I'll get Councillor Hamilton to read the acknowledgement, and then I will adjourn the meeting. Councillor D'Souza. Well, Councillor Hamilton, my apologies.
I would like to acknowledge that we are meeting on the land of the Bidjigal and the Gadigal peoples who occupy the Sydney coast, being the traditional owners. On behalf of Randwick City Council, I acknowledge and pay my respects to the elders past and present, and to Aboriginal people in attendance today.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Almighty God, we humbly beseech you to bestow your blessings upon this council and to direct and prosper our deliberations to the advancement of your glory and the true welfare of the people of the city of Randwick and Australia. Amen.
Thank you. I now adjourn the ordinary council meeting at 7:19 p.m. Thank you. I reopen the public forum. Please be seated. Thank you for your patience. It's the first time we've had to do that. Now, in relation to in returning to the public forum, for those who are watching, we are on NM3/26, Notice of Motion from Councillor Rosenfeld, Civic Standards, Community Safety and the Condemnation of Hate-Based Anti-Semitic Intimidation, speaking for Natalie Knoll.
Mayor, councillors and members of the community. Before I speak about policy, I want to speak about people. My husband and I were present during the terror attack at Bondi. We became first responders to Yaakov Tetleroyd, who suffered a devastating gunshot wound and nearly lost his arm. His father, Boris, was killed. 4 of the victims were residents of the Randwick LGA, our neighbours, our community. We lost Matilda B., just 10 years old. We lost Tanya Tretiak. We lost Peter Mayer. And we lost Alex Klaitman, 87 years old, a Holocaust survivor. Their loss reminds us of something fundamental. Safety is not just about infrastructure or policing. It is about whether people feel secure, respected, and able to belong. Evidence reportedly before the courts has included material showing the man accused of the attack, Naveed Akram, engaging with extremist ideology and expressing hostility towards Jews and Zionists prior to the violence. I will not comment on legal proceedings, but I do want to say this clearly. In 2025, long before the attack, I wrote to this council warning that language matters, that repeated dehumanizing rhetoric directed at Jews or Zionists does not remain abstract. It shapes attitudes, it lowers restraint, it normalizes hostility, and when hostility becomes normalized, the threshold for violence can shift. For our community, that warning is no longer theoretical. We see that reality here in Randwick. Randwick is proudly diverse, but diversity only flourishes where there is social cohesion. It only thrives where there is mutual respect. Our LGA is home to 3 synagogues, including Chabad Randwick, Jewish day schools, preschools, community organizations such as B'nai B'rith and Shalom College, and the largest Jewish retirement home in the Southern Hemisphere. Many now require significant physical security, including concrete bollards and security guards. In a healthy democracy, the real test is simple. Can people practice their religion freely, without fear, and without their places of worship looking like fortresses? Right now, that social contract is under strain, and this impact extends beyond residents alone. Randwick is not experienced only by those who reside here. It is a place people from across Sydney enter every day to learn, work, worship, receive care, and use community facilities. Safety here therefore extends beyond residents alone. Everyone who comes into this LGA should feel safe and able to belong. We have seen anti-Semitic graffiti locally. We have seen attacks on Jewish community facilities, including the firebombing of a childcare centre attached to Maruba Synagogue. When people feel unsafe, the social fabric frays, and once fractured, trust is far harder to rebuild. And rebuilding trust is not automatic. It requires leadership. Local government is the level of government closest to people's daily lives. The standards we set, the tone we model, and the conduct we tolerate shape whether communities feel protected or divided. Social cohesion is not self-sustaining. It must be protected deliberately, consistently, and visibly, especially when communities are under strain. That is why this motion matters. Council is not a forum for international conflict, but it is responsible for the standards of conduct and cohesion within our community. Public office carries influence. The tone of civic discourse across our community shapes whether residents feel included or divided. Leadership at every level requires care, restraint, and a visible commitment to social cohesion.
There's been a request for an extension. All those in favour, all those against, please declare that carried. Thank you.
This motion does not silence protest. It does not restrict free expression. It draws a clear line. Political expression must never cross into intimidation or conduct that undermines community safety. Let us honour those we lost, not with division, but with unity, not with fear, but with leadership, not with silence, but with a commitment to a safer and more cohesive Randwick. A community is defined not only by who lives within it, but by how safe every person feels to belong within it. Leadership is not tested when harmony is easy. It is tested when cohesion must be protected. And that is why I urge Council to support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions of the Speaker? Councillor D'Souza?
Shalom, Natalie. Tell me, I think I know the answer to this question, but I'll put the two parts of the question, Mr. Mayor, with your indulgence. The first one is, do you and your community feel safe in Randwick City like you used to before all this happened?
Absolutely not.
And part two, which I think, again, you may have answered, a bit of a Dorothy Dix type question, but this notice of motion, as long as it is, you strongly and your community of the view that it will address your concerns and make Randwick a better place to live in, to build that sense of community we're so proud of at Randwick.
I certainly hope so, and I think it is a step in the right direction. I think that it is a proactive motion that will allow a community to actually take a step forward together and recognise the need for unity and actually provide a framework for people to be able to lean into that.
Yes, I fully agree with you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Are there any further speakers? No questions? Thank you very much. We now move to NM7/26, Notice of Motion from Councillor Veach, minimising gambling harm in the Randwick local government area. Speaking for Mr. Anthony Ryan.
Thank you, Mayor, Deputy Mayor, councillors and residents. The minutes of the December 2025 council meeting advised in relation to the council-owned property at 1 to 11 Rainbow Street, Kingsford, that council resolved to issue a request for tender to South Sydney Juniors Rugby League Club, South Juniors, and then to enter into a detailed agreement arising from that in accordance with the RFT process. I was stunned and shocked to read of the possibility of Randwick Council entering into an agreement with South Juniors and the fact that Randwick Council had not made this community aware of this, whereas South Juniors had made this public as far back as September of last year. Why has Randwick Council not made this public to the community? Councillors, as you would be aware, Gambling addiction is a major and insidious problem in our community today. Therefore, I find it inconceivable that Randwick Council would even consider entering into such an agreement. Why would Randwick Council consider the proposed joint venture with one of the major poker machine operating clubs in this state? What is Randwick Council's moral justification for doing such a thing? On the contrary, Randwick Council should be undertaking all possible measures to control and eliminate this problem and protect its residents. It is simply not good enough to state in the 2015 a safer Randwick City Council Community Action Safety Plan document that Council reaffirms its commitment to minimising harms caused related from gambling and gaming. It is one thing to talk the talk. It is a completely different thing to walk the walk. You need to follow words with actions. My family was almost ruined and destroyed as a result of a close relation being addicted to gambling for a lengthy period of time. We hit rock bottom. He was a good man, a wonderful father and husband. It was not his fault, but he got caught up in the gambling spiral which almost consumed him and our family. By the time he escaped the clutches of gambling, it was too late and we had to start from scratch. Everything was gone. I've never told this before to anyone, either publicly or privately. But there are times in all our lives when we have to speak up and say something, no matter how painful it may be. And this is that time, and this is that issue for me. Councillors.
Brief extension, all those in favour, all those against, declare it carried. Thank you.
Councillors, when the time comes to make a decision on this proposal, it will not just be a commercial or a financial decision, it will be a moral decision. You are entrusted by the community to make the right decision, to make the right moral decision. It is not enough to talk the talk. You must walk the walk. Actions speak louder than words. Thank you for your time. Thank you for your attention to this critical issue. I want to ensure that no other family has to go through what my family did. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions of the Speaker? Councillor Veitch.
Mr. Ryan, thank you so much for coming in tonight. I know it's caused you a lot of physical and personal and emotional difficulties to make it here, so thank you. And thank you also for sharing your very personal story. It's a very, very difficult thing to do, especially in a public forum like this. I'd like to ask you what steps you think Council should now take to remedy this situation. Thank you.
Well, I think for a start, Council needs to inform the community of what the different proposals are. You know, South Juniors have made it quite public that they intend applying to enter into an agreement with Randwick Council to acquire part of the land and, if successful, to build a new clubhouse on that land. So that's quite a dramatic step. And the fact the community hasn't been informed about this at all, I find that quite stunning, even given the fact it's quite early in the process, and I acknowledge that. But why hasn't the community at least been informed that that's something on the drawing board? This is such a major issue. Gambling is such a major problem. The community is entitled to know of what Randwick Council is considering, and to be able to make input into that decision-making process. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Are there any further speakers? There being no further speakers? Thank you. Thank you. Okay, thank you. I now close the public forum and we now return to the ordinary council meeting at 7:35 p.m. Thank you. Okay, thank you. There being no apologies or granting of leaves of absence, there are no requests to join the meeting by audio-visual link. Can I please have somebody confirm the minutes of the 9th of December? Moved Councillor Willington, seconded Councillor Rosenfeld. All those in favour? All those against? Councillors, are there any declarations of interest? Might I suggest that you repeat, we just say en masse, we repeat the declarations of the public forum? Does that work? Thank you. Procedural motion to include the declarations from the public forum. Thank you. All those in favour, all those against? Carried. We now move to mayoral minutes. The first being MM1/26, financial assistance and donations, January to February 2026. Councillors, I take the mayoral minute as read. Are there any further speakers? There being no further speakers, I'll now put it. All those in favour? All those against? Declare that carried. Thank you, councillors. We now move to MM2/26, supporting our community after the Bondi terror attack. Councillors, I'd just like to, on behalf of Randwick Council, offer my sincere condolence to the Jewish community and broader community in light of what was a horrific anti-Semitic terror attack in our neighbouring local government area. Many members of our community who are named in this mayoral minute were directly impacted. I personally know several individuals who were both on the site and including who had relationships with those who were impacted. I can only imagine the terror felt by members of the community who are both present, but the broader Jewish community and the immediate aftermath of that. Being present at the Coogee Hanukkah event, at a neighbouring Hanukkah event, the learning of the news of the incident at Bondi at that particular moment was absolutely terrifying to me as someone who does not have any Jewish lineage whatsoever. So I can only imagine the immense trauma and shock and horror of those Jewish descendants as a result of that, witnessing that firsthand. But to hear of the instances, I can only express on behalf of our community our deep felt condolence, care and love in that immediate period, but ongoing. I can say that our local community in that aftermath and darkness has actually demonstrated extraordinary light and care and unity following that absolutely horrible terror attack. And I'm proud of the entire Randwick community for the way in which it has rallied in support of not only those who are directly impacted, but those more broadly, particularly of the Jewish community. So on behalf of Randwick Council, I offer our sincere condolence. I don't wish to repeat lyric and verse the range of actions taken by Randwick Council in response. That is a matter of public record. But what I do hope is that this Mayor Minute offers a small amount of succour in what is a very, very trying, a very dark time, and hopefully will lead to greater, safer and warmer times. So on behalf of Randwick City Council, I express our sincere and heartfelt condolence and put our arms around all of those who are impacted and shocked by these very tragic events. I commend the Mayoral Minute. I had a hand up from Councillor Rosenfeld and then Councillor Asghari. Councillor Rosenfeld.
I would also like to give my condolences to the families and friends of the horrific terror attacks, including those from our Randwick LGA who are listed in the motion. I'd also like to mention that the son, daughter-in-law and grandsons of one of the victims, Edith Brutman, all reside in Maroubra. And I met them at a memorial service for Edith held at the Benai Brit Centre in Kingston, which is also one of the Jewish institutes in our LGA, as mentioned by Natalie. Edith was very active in the B'nai B'rith organisation, and I'd really like to thank the B'nai B'rith for putting on such a really moving service, and it was attended by Kelly Sloan, the opposition leader, who made a very moving speech. As a Jewish person, I'm grateful at the Council's response to this tragedy detailed in the motion. It has been a difficult time for Jewish people, as many of our families, mine included, had migrated to Australia to escape this type of violence. My parents and grandparents called Bondi home for many years, and I feel some sort of comfort that my Holocaust surviving grandparents passed away before they could see sections of their beloved beach used for an act of horrific terror against Jews. Many of my childhood memories are of being at Bondi Beach with them. I would also like to mention how grateful both myself and other members of the Jewish community are, including some in the audience, to the people that contacted us from outside the community to see if we are okay, and also to mention that to us that an attack like this is not what Australia's about. I had messages and calls on December 15th from some people I had not been in touch with for years. May we never have to see an attack like this again.
Thank you, Councillor Asghari, and then Councillor D'Souza.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I fully support Mayor's minute and also Councillor Rosenfeld's motion NM3/26, as it raises important points about protecting human dignity, ensuring community safety, and preserving social cohesion. There is no place in our community for hatred or intimidation directed at people because of their faith or identity. Anti-Semitism undermines safety and weakness for fabric of our community, and it is our responsibility to speak clearly and unequivocally against it. I also want to acknowledge the actions we took to support our community following the Bondi attack. At the time of the incident, I was attending a Hanukkah celebration at Coogee Grand Reserve with the Mayor, Councillor Rosenfeld, and Councillor Martin. In the days that followed, I attended Bondi and laid flowers alongside Councillor Natalie Mort from Georges River Council. I met with members of our community, including people I have come to know through our local Jewish community and across our area. Listening to their great fear and resilience enforced for me the importance of leadership, solidarity, and compassion at such times. I also attended the funeral of Peter Maher, former Sydney detective, freelance photographer, and beloved member of Randwick Rugby Club, who was tragically murdered while photographing a Hanukkah event at Bondi Beach, alongside the mayor, alongside some councillors, and of course Prime Minister and many officials at the St. Mary's Cathedral in Sydney. A few days later, I joined the Hanukkah celebration hosted by Randwick City Council with my Jewish colleagues, friends, and neighbors from across our LGA. Even after such a tragic event, coming together to celebrate our culture and community was a powerful reminder of resilience, unity, and strength that comes from standing together. I commend this motion to Council and strongly encourage all councillors to support it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor D'Souza.
Mr. Mayor, courage is not the absence of fear. It is choosing to act while fear is screaming at you to stand aside. That's what we saw that day when that gentleman, I won't name him, he's been named enough times, stood up for the rest of us. He had the courage to take down one of the gunmen and saved many, many lives. Mr. Mayor, before you, and I heard young Nat speak and others who have spoken to me, many of our Jewish community felt abandoned. Many of our Jewish community felt they weren't being seen or heard. Your mayoral minute, Mr. Mayor, addresses many of our community's concerns. And that is why I will be supporting your mayoral minute. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you very much. Councillor Magner, and then I'll go to Councillor Veach.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The Jewish community is our community. This is my community. They're our neighbours. They're the kids that our footy team plays with. They're the people that run the shops and the cafes that our friends and family attend. They're my family and my colleagues that I sit in synagogue with. They're members of our surf clubs. They're part of what makes our community great. This isn't an abstract thing. This is very real. And on the 14th of December, when 15 members of our community were attending Bondi to celebrate a very special Hanukkah event, to do something that's meant to be joyful, that's meant to be bringing light to their families and their loved ones in a country that they were called home. They were murdered simply for practicing their religion. But what I am proud of is the way in which our council has responded to this moment with real and meaningful presence, with our mayor, as you outlined, and many of our councillors, including myself, attending the memorial, turning up to the prayer services, turning up to La Perouse Public School, sitting with the parents and the children who were mourning an incomprehensible loss, the phone calls that the council officers made to members of the Premier's Department, reaching out to the mayors and respective officers of Waverley and Wallara Council and coordinating with the police, making sure that our Coogee Carols event could proceed safely, that the Coogee Sparkles event could proceed safely as well. We lit the town hall wide. We let special fireworks off at the Coogee Sparkles event. We did many meaningful, modest but meaningful gestures that aren't nothing but collectively mean something for our community. And that work continues with the social cohesion plan, the money that's been spent on closed circuit television, the bollards outside the school grounds, the responses to graffiti, and tonight's contribution to Abraham's tent. All are important and meaningful acts of leadership that the speaker earlier spoke about, that it's incumbent upon us to demonstrate in these particular moments that try our community. Our very diverse community, we're an incredibly rich and diverse community, and the Jewish community enriches our community in so many ways. I wholeheartedly support the actions of the council and the mayoral minute. Thank you.
Councillor Veach.
Thank you. I too would like to rise in full support of this mayoral minute. The appalling attack on December 15 on the Jewish community in Bondi has been deeply shocking and traumatising to all of us, but completely and obviously, most especially to the Jewish community. And so many people have joined here tonight to come in support. It's imperative that meaningful action is taken by all levels of government to ensure that nothing like this can ever happen again. Council has done everything in its power to support the community and take steps since that attack. But we need action from all levels of government to investigate, to find out how this could happen, and to make sure that there is no opportunity for this type of terror and gun violence to happen again. I fully support all actions, and particularly actions to curb gun ownership and to conduct the full investigations that are going to be required to really get to the bottom of this attack. Everyone in our community deserves to feel safe, protected, supported and loved. And I support the actions and the mayoral minute, and I offer my sincere and deep and genuine condolences to everyone in the community who is affected by this. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any further speakers? There being no further speakers, I'll now put the mayoral minute. All those in favour? Aye. All those against? Declare that carried. Thank you. We now move to MM3/26.
Point of order?
Yes. Sorry.
MM2 point.
Sorry, has a minute silence.
We just voted for a minute silence, yes.
Thank you. Thank you. Please be seated. We now move to MM3/26, advocating for dedicated parking at the Randwick Hospital precinct. I take the mayoral minute as read. There's a hand up from Councillor Veach, and then I'll go to Councillor Hay, and then I'll go to Councillor Sitt.
Thank you very much. I'm very happy to support this mayoral minute. I understand this has been raised for a number of years now, and it's obviously now getting to such a point that further action needs to be taken. I just wanted to request that in any representations made to the relevant ministers, that the parking needs of local residents will also be mentioned and advocated for, because we certainly need to find a solution for parking for all of the hospital staff, patients and their families. But there's also immense parking pressure for local residents in the vicinity of the hospital campus, and they too have been coming to council. So I would just ask if you would be happy to do that in your
Thank you. I can
meetings.
very happily confirm that is the
Thank
case. Yes. Thank you. Councillor Hay?
I'd like to add an amendment, point C, if Mr. Kelly can bring that up. I'm all in favour of as much parking as possible on the hospital site. I just like it to tell the full story on this, that under the new Sydney Children's Hospital Randwick building, there's 50 short-term parking spaces for families who have their kid in the emergency department, as well as 9 short-term spaces available on the ground floor. So it just feels appropriate that we tell the full story, and and while it's important we advocate for more parking spaces for residents, for residents, but also for staff on site, it's useful to include this information.
Councillor Hay, I'll very happily accept that. Thank you. Before I go to Councillor Said, it has just been drawn to my attention. So my partner actually is employed at the Royal Hospital for Women. I'm making a non-significant, non-pecuniary interest in relation to that. She'd be indirectly impacted. She doesn't drive to work anyway. Councillor Said.
Mr. Mayor, I agree with sending the letter. Unfortunately, I feel the horse is bolted. I remember when I first came on council, and we had a presentation from the designers, the architects, and the consultants who were from the hospital, and they showed us drawings of how the hospital would be built. And my very first question was, where's the car park? And they said there is no car park because, as you say in your letter, it's serviced by light rail, several bus routes. And I'm actually happy that a couple of years later, the doctors actually also wrote to the Minister and asked for a car park, because it was so obvious that, as they say, patients don't attend in isolation. They have families who need to come to visit and they have nowhere to park. And as they say in their letter too, they're astounded to find out that we're building such a building and you can't do it once it's built. If it would have been at the time beforehand, if they would have listened to people who attended the hospital and people of the area who knew how desperate parking was, that they could have built a multi-level car park underground, and instead relied on active transport. And it's a real shame that people who are elderly, etc., cannot get to see their loved ones. And I think I commend you for sending the letter, but I also think at the same time it's just too late. And unfortunately, common sense sometimes is not that common.
Thank you. Are there any further speakers? Councillor Luxon.
Yeah, I also am in favour of this, having recently spent most of my time last year at the hospital with parents who were ill, and then unfortunately myself being ill. It was a nightmare to try to get my dad to the hospital to see my mum, who was in there for 5 months, and he has mobility issues as well. The new emergency area has less car parking space than what the old emergency had, and when you've got people with mobility issues and there's only 2 disabled spots in that area, and you're trying to get people out of a car, it's a total nightmare. The other issue is that both parts of the hospital don't really connect. So if I parked the car in the old car park, my dad couldn't walk from that car park to the new acute services building, which has no parking, to see my mother. So I think there's been an almighty blunder in the development of this hospital, and the fact that there is no parking and that it is not suitable for elderly people at all, just beggars belief, because older people are usually the ones in hospital more than younger people, and it's just an absolute nightmare. So we really need to do something. And having been at the hospital yesterday and hearing 2 workers talking across the room, One woman has to get there by 6 in the morning, otherwise she cannot park her car, and she leaves late, so she needs to have the car somewhere of a reasonable, proximity. The other woman has children she needs to drop off at probably daycare and cannot drop them off until 7 a.m. in the morning, which she does, in order to try to get to the hospital to try and find some sort of parking. Otherwise, the limited parking that they have, from what I overheard, is absolute chaos, and staff are just fighting each other for a spot. So, women who have got children, women who are working late at night, shouldn't have to park, well, from what they were saying, past the 7-Eleven, almost in Kingsford, to get to work and walk back at night to their cars in that area just for their job.
Thank you. Are there any further speakers? There being no further speakers, I'll now put it. All those in favour? All those against? Declare that carried. Thank you.
I'd like to move a procedural motion to move NM 326 forward to the next item, please.
Yes, thank you. A procedural motion to move NM. Can I just confirm which one that is? NM3. Yep, thank you. Thank you. Procedural motion must be put immediately. All those in favour? All those against? Declare that carried. Councillor Rosenfeld, could you please outline what it is you're moving? I'll then call for a seconder.
Okay, I take it that the motion is read, so I'll just speak to it. The level of anti-Semitism, both in Australia and overseas, is at dangerously high levels, as seen from the Bondi terrorist attack. The level of anti-Semitism on social media is frightening, and I have been, like a lot of other Jewish people, a recent victim on several occasions. One recent occasion, I attended the ceremony, welcoming ceremony with the Israeli President Isaac Herzog recently, and I put that on my social media. And on the Thread social media, I had up to 200 comments, probably 190 of those. Probably up to 190 of those were vicious anti-Semitism directed at me, and many fellow Jewish people have experienced the same thing. Indeed, there are occasions where I've had to ask our communications officer, Josh Hay, to remove anti-Semitic comments from some of our Randwick City Council posts on Facebook. Indeed, some of these comments were 2 or 3 days after December 14. And to his credit, he has acted quickly and banned some perpetrators from our social media. So credit to Josh there. This level of anti-Semitism has been impacting community cohesion, and I ask for your support for this motion so Council can make these very important statements listed in the motion, which we saw where this anti-Semitism leads to on December 14th. We have a responsibility for community cohesion in our LGA. By turning this motion to a council resolution, this will go a long way to doing that.
Thank you. Councillor Hamilton as the seconder.
Thank you. I heard Councillor D'Souza say that this was a long motion, and what I would say to that, and I would commend Councillor Rosenfeld on the work that he's done so far in his term before and the term now, supporting the Jewish community. We've stood behind Councillor Rosenfeld and supported him as much as we possibly can as a Liberal team, and we've always supported the Jewish community as well. So I think that this motion, as written, and as long as it is, it's because of how severe and how damaging the anti-Semitic, the rise in anti-Semitism in this country has resulted in. So I hope that everyone has read this. I hope that everyone understands and listened to the speaker, Natalie Knoll, in her words, that this is necessary. It is a move forward. The Jewish community want to move forward. They want to feel safe. And I think that we should all support this motion as it is written, so that they do feel like we support them, that they do feel like that they can feel safe in the community, or they can start to begin to feel safer than what they do right now.
Thank you. I had a hand up from Councillor Veach. I'll then go to Councillor Said. Councillor Veach.
Thank you. I would like to move an amendment which I've sent through to Mr. Kelly.
Thank you. Before I go to you, Councillor Veach, do I have a seconder? Seconded by Councillor Wellington. Councillor Veach.
And to replace or alter any of the wording of Councillor Rosenfeld's motion. And the extra dot point is essentially to reject all discrimination, hate speech and violence to everyone in our community, including the Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander communities, the Jewish community, the Muslim community, migrants and the multicultural community, the LGBTQIA+ community and women, and condemns all historic and ongoing racism, anti-Semitism, Islamophobia, homophobia and misogyny, and calls for action from all levels of government to tackle the escalating violence, harassment and abuse that we are now experiencing.
Thank you. Can I? Do you accept the?
No, I don't.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Veach.
So this amendment calls for council and community to come together in solidarity and love and to take a united stand against the violence and abuse that has been affecting so many in our community. In recent weeks and months, we have seen 15 members of the Jewish community killed in an act of anti-Semitic mass gun violence in Bondi last December. We've seen a terror attack on the First Nations community when a bomb was thrown into an Invasion Day rally in Perth, which extremely fortunately did not explode, and an attack on community members by neo-Nazis at Camp Sovereignty in Melbourne. We've seen Muslims praying in peaceful acts of religious observance that have been violently attacked by police. Death threats have been sent to the Lakemba Mosque, and women wearing hijab have been abused and attacked. The LGBTQI community continues to suffer discrimination and abuse. And here in the Randwick and Waverley LGAs, we know that for a number of decades there were gay hate crimes, gay hate murders that only a couple of years ago were finally the subject of a commission of an inquiry. And they have never, that community has never even received an apology for the lack of proper investigation by the police at that time. And so far, just in the 2 months that have passed in 2026, 11 women have been killed as a result of male violence. 77 women were murdered in 2025 and 105 women were killed in 2024. There have been 1,300 women murdered since the year 2000 in Australia. Women of all nationalities, religious backgrounds, ages and political views continue to be targeted in their homes, at work, on the streets, in the media and online. There is no end to the justifications for abusing women, but it is never excusable and it is never okay. And I fully support Councillor Rosenfeld where he, in all of the aspects, but particularly where he's referred to online abuse. Because whether anti-Semitic abuse online is horrific, Islamophobic, homophobic abuse happens online, there is abuse against women online. It is never okay to abuse people online, and I too have been personally subject to this in a campaign. And, you know, I've had personal details disclosed to the media, confidential information, even my own personal address. It is never okay because of a difference of political view or whether if you, for any kind of discriminatory reason, to attack people online or in person. It is entirely appropriate that the mayoral minute and brought by Mayor Parker and this motion by Councillor Rosenfeld following the attack in Bondi. But it's really important to acknowledge that many people in our community from different communities, and we've even seen recently a really awful attack just on Anzac Parade the other night on members of, I'm not quite sure, but it could be from the Chinese community. If you've seen the video footage, it is really, really shocking. So there are many people going through a lot of trauma at the moment, and this is just a very, I think, small amendment that would include others and allow us all to join together in a moment of unity. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Wellington. Councillor Wellington.
Thank you. I was just sitting there reflecting on the enormity of the time and the sadness of the months that have followed the shooting at Bondi, where many of us lost people dear to us and dear to the community, including a member of my extended family. I support the motion that Councillor Rosenfeld has prepared so carefully, and I also support the amendment that Councillor Veitch has thought carefully about. Councillor Veitch's amendment elaborates on points B, C, I and M, and does not do more than add to this very, very, very important notice of motion. So I support the amendment, but I greatly support the spirit and the content of the body of the motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Before I go to Councillor D'Souza. Okay, thank you. Look, with the indulgence of the meeting, I'd just like to speak from the chair. I do not support this particular amendment, and the reasoning or why I do not support this particular amendment is not, in fact, any reflection on the particular text of the amendment. And the reasoning why I do not support the amendment is the contextual nature in which it appears. This amendment is moved on a motion which clearly references anti-Semitism in the community and is moved immediately following a mayoral minute which offered our condolences to the Jewish community after what was an undeniably anti-Semitic terror attack. Each of the issues raised in this particular amendment are important. They are significant matters of public interest. Each of the forms of hatred there, I absolutely abhor and condemn. The operation of each of them is different, and they impact in different ways in different circumstances. This is a motion which relates to anti-Semitism, and it attempts to offer some form of condolence to the community and reaffirm our shared collective commitment to opposing anti-Semitism in all of its forms. The words of the text may appear to be fine, however, I think that it gives clear risk for a confused message from Council in this regard, and I want to be clear that Council opposes anti-Semitism in all of its forms and in the strongest terms, and I think it is important for us to do so by sending a clear message. For that reason, I do not support the incorporation of these particular words because I think that that weakens our ability to do so. I oppose the amendment. Thank you. Are there any further speakers on the amendment? Otherwise, we'll then put it and then we'll return to the substantive debate depending on what the outcome of that is. Are there any further speakers on the amendment? There being no further speakers on the amendment, we'll now put it. All those in favour? Aye. All those against? No. I declare the amendment lost. Thank you. We now return to, and I'd also like my name as recorded in the minutes as voting against. Thank you. Okay, there's been a request. There's been a request for a division. All those in favour say aye. Yep, thank you. You have Councillors Wellington, Veitch, and Asghari. All those against. We have Hamilton, Magna, Hay, Luxford, Gordon, Rosenfeld, Martin, Wilson, Said, Burst, D'Souza and the Mayor. I declare the amendment lost. We now move to the debate on the substantive motion. Councillor D'Souza and then Councillor Said. Sorry, my apologies.
Does Councillor Said want to speak first?
Councillor Said, Councillor D'Souza is yielding his place if you'd like to speak. And then I'll go to you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor, I commend Councillor Rosenfeld on this motion. And in September of last year, I attended a Combat Anti-Semitism conference with Councillor Burst. And while we were there, we heard of the instances of anti-Semitism and how it was rising, and how, as the speaker said, language is important, and what was happening at the time. And unfortunately, they sort of predicted what was coming and what happened at Bondi, which is very unfortunate. So I commend Councillor Rosenfeld on this, and I feel that we still have our social cohesion policy being written. If it was, I would actually like to ask if this motion could be virtually cut and pasted as part of the social cohesion policy, and maybe Councillor Veitch's amendment can also enter the social cohesion policy. But I think it's very important, it's very well written, and it's very succinct, and it really does justify, and it says it all. So it really would be very important to be in that social cohesion policy.
Thank you. Councillor D'Souza.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor, before I speak, I just want to correct something. When I talked about the longevity or the length of councillors' notice of motion, it wasn't criticism. It was actually a compliment, because there is so much we need to address, and this particular notice of motion does it particularly well. Mr. Mayor, the attacks that occurred on the 14th of December and all the other attacks weren't just attacks on our Jewish community, but an attack on all Australians, on our way of life and on our values. The people who do this to our community don't just hate Jews, but also our freedoms and our democracy, our traditions of tolerance and mateship, and the peace and harmony of our community. Synagogues, cars, and even a childcare centre at Maroubra was torched, and graffiti was written on some of our buildings, anti-Semitic symbols. Our police and governments are struggling to cope. What is at stake is the Australia we all know and love. We must not allow what appears to be a virus of anti-Semitism, madness, spread among our community. It is time for the great silent majority of Australians to no longer be silent. And that's why I will be supporting Councillor Rosenfeld's notice of motion. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Are there any further speakers? There being no further speakers, Councillor Rosenfeld, would you like to close the debate?
Yeah, just briefly, I really hope the council does support this. It's very important for the Jewish community. It's incredible the amount of continual anti-Semitism that is going on. I always feared that something like this would happen. I hoped it wouldn't. I always feared it would. Unfortunately, it did. Please support my motion.
Thank you. There being no further speakers, I'll now put it. All those in favour? Okay, there's been a request for a division. All those in favour, raise your hand. I declare that unanimous. Thank you. Councillors, I think I might suggest I'll just go down. Is there any urgent business? There being no urgent business, I'll now just suggest a 5-minute break, and then we will return at 8:25 p.m. I now hereby adjourn the Randwick Council meeting. Thank you. Thank you. I now reopen the ordinary council meeting at 8:30 p.m. Thank you. Okay, thank you. We will now move down the agenda as it appears in the business paper. Councillors, beginning with what I'd ask for is calls for challenges, beginning with Director of City Planning Reports. CP1.
Challenge.
Okay, thank you. Challenged by Councillor Hay. That was very quick.
Challenge. Ah. What the hell?
CP2/.
Challenge?
I'm going to read it out. CP2/26, co-living housing trends and planning responses in Randwick City. Challenged by Councillor Gordon.
Oh, what?
Thank you.
My microphone's still on.
Thank you. It was crystal clear. CP3/26, investigation into reducing election material waste, challenged by Councillor Asghari. Thank you very much. CP4/26, variation development standards. Oh, what's going on? Unchallenged. CP5/26, council submission to the draft Sydney plan, challenged by Councillor Said. CP6/26, enhancing safe battery disposal, challenged by Councillor Asghari. Thank you. CS1/26, Malabar shops, alfresco area investigation, challenged by Councillor Burst. Burst. CS2/26, Brook Street renewal, challenged by Councillor Hamilton. CS3/26, notice of motion from Searle Avenue, Randwick. It was challenged by Councillor Hamilton.
Yeah, Hamilton.
CS4/26,
Challenge.
management of shared e-bikes, challenged by Councillor Martin. CS5/26, challenged by Councillor. So is that Martin?
Yep.
Thank you. CC1.
Challenge.
Okay, thank you, Martin. Okay, CC2/26, 2026 Sydney Film Festival sponsorship, challenged by Councillor Magna. CO1/26, challenge of the date of June and November 2026 council meetings, unchallenged. CO2/26, monthly financial report for 30, okay, Councillor Burst. CO3/26, monthly investment report, November 25, unchallenged. CO4/26, monthly investment report, December 25, unchallenged. CO5/26, monthly investment report, January 26, unchallenged. CO6/26, challenged by Councillor Willington. CO7/26, quarterly progress report, challenged by Councillor Veach. Can I please have somebody move the unchallenged items? Challenged by Councillor, moved by Councillor Burst, seconded by Councillor Asghari. All those in favour? All those against? I believe Councillor Willington wanted to challenge an item. What was it? Yeah, thank you. She'll be creative. All those in favour, all those against, declare that carried. Thank you. All right, we now move to the first challenge item, which is CP1/26, public notification of the VPA 6 to 10 Barrel Street, Kensington. Councillor Hay, could you please outline what it is you're moving? I'll then call for a seconder.
I would like to move this amended form, as per the business paper plus point C. As councillors will recall, as they've read through various DCP planning documents over the years, we've often mooted a Barrel Street plaza on the western end of Barrel Street, where it immediately abuts Anzac Parade. And you'll note that we've closed off that street. St George Coptic Orthodox Church has closed off that street to run Kensington Market Day. I've attended, I think, every one since I've been on council. And it's a wonderful day. I encourage you all to attend. The idea is we could close off that part of the street and have a proper community space, which is generally lacking within Kensington, and we voted for that in the past. What I'd like to do is get a bit of an update and possibly as part of the money that we will receive in the voluntary planning agreement, we look at whether or not what we can do for the west end of Barrel Street. This is, if not immediately in front of the development, it's slightly, maybe 10 metres to the west. So if we can deliver a good outcome for the people of Kensington, they've got a lot of development, so let's do something to improve the streetscape.
Thank you. Seconded by Councillor Luxford. Are there any further speakers? Councillor Veitch.
Thank you. I just have a question through, most likely through to the Director of City Planning. Do we have any information about tree removal or the planting of replacement trees for this development?
Through to the Director of City Planning.
Through you, Mr Mayor, to Councillor Veitch. In relation to the works that would happen on the public domain outside the property, that would be in accordance with our guidelines. Yes, there would be tree plantings that would be proposed. I'm sorry, I can't tell you what those trees would be, but yes, there would be landscaping works that would be done.
Through a follow-up question?
I guess I'll probably have to take this on notice. It was in relation to the trees that were on the site itself.
The Director of City Planning will take that on notice for those who are following online. Provide an answer on notice. Are there any further speakers on this matter? There being no further speakers, Councillor Hay, do you wish to close the debate? We'll now put it. All those in favour? Oh, actually no, it is a planning matter, so a record of voting is required. All those in favour, please raise your hand. Councillor Martin, can you just raise your hand? Thank you. I declare that unanimous. Thank you. Thank you. Can I just, Mr Kelly, just for the accuracy of the minutes, could I just confirm that Councillor Rosenfeld is not in the chamber, just because in order for me to say that it is unanimous? All right. Thank you. We now move to CP2/26, co-living student housing. Oh, he did a declaration, didn't he? Yeah, okay, that's not necessary. Yep, thank you. My apologies. CP2/26, co-living housing, trends and planning responses, Randwick City Council, moved by Councillor Gordon. Councillor Gordon, could you please outline what it is you're moving? I'll then call for a seconder.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I'm just moving this motion with two amendments. Firstly, adding a new point B with language around supporting the important role that students play in supporting local businesses and the local economy, and amending point 7 to change the visitor parking rate of one space per 14 rooms for co-living developments.
Seconded. Thank you. Seconded by Councillor Magna. Councillor Gordon, it might assist the meeting if you just run through the detailed nature of your amendment.
Sure. So preserves the original text and adds new point B, notes the concentrated growth of student housing in parts of the city and its impact on the local housing market. However, it needs to be recognised the important role that students play in supporting local businesses and contributing to the vibrancy and diversity of our community. And amending what is now point G to say, endorse an amendment to the Randwick DCP under Part B7 Traffic, Transport and Parking post-exhibition that a visitor parking rate of one space per 14 rooms be applied to co-living developments derived from the rate per unit in the New South Wales traffic generating guidelines, and that this rate is applied as an interim policy position until the draft DCP is reported to Council post-exhibition. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Gordon, would you like to speak to it?
Yes, thank you. Look, I just want to start by saying, just like the earlier speaker we heard, I am a student at UNSW. I am speaking in favour of this motion as amended. I would just like to address a few of the comments. So I believe I don't need to because it doesn't relate to university operations. So I'd just like to address some of the comments made by the speaker. I was elected to council on the platform of increasing housing supply by building a diversity of housing types. And the best neighbourhoods in our area have a mix of residents of ages and social classes, students, families with children, and our retired community members. And the speaker correctly pointed out that almost 90% of new approvals have been co-living developments because that is what the regulatory conditions have created a market for. But as policy makers, it is our responsibility to set the regulatory conditions to build the kind of housing that we want. And so I do believe that we should set the market conditions to encourage a diversity of housing types, including 1, 2 and 3 bedroom residential dwellings for families, as well as studios to complement the existing stock of student housing. But it's also important that we as a council are careful with our language when we refer to students like me. And I think that there is a real reputational risk to council if we are perceived to imply that students are not a legitimate part of the community, which is why I have added to this resolution some affirmatory language to recognise the important role that students play in supporting our local community. I'm also amending this resolution to address the error in the calculation of the number of visitor parking spaces to change to a rate of 1 space per 14 rooms for co-living developments, which I believe was circulated by city planning staff this afternoon. I seek your approval for this resolution as amended. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Magna.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I've long believed that cities are built on a great mix of inclusive communities, places where there can be families, where there can be workers and students, along with older residents that all live side by side, where our streets are alive hour by hour, and where there's no single group that captures the built environment at the expense of everyone else. Students, of course, have our place. They bring incredible vibrancy. Of course they do. And as we heard from the speakers from YIMBY in the public forum, and I identify with the goals of the YIMBY organisation, and this council supports density. We support actively housing growth, and we support the kind of city that the YIMBY movement and other urbanist movements have long advocated for, where there is well-located, more affordable housing that's well-designed, and we have vibrant, sustainable urban communities. And that's really the point of the recommendation as amended, that we need diverse density done well, not the same density that's just done blindly. And I think the motion as amended gets the balance right. We have a problem that we can't ignore when there's 5,260 co-living rooms approved or in the pipeline and only 494 conventional dwellings. That's nearly 90% of residential approvals that is delivering housing for just one demographic group on one type of tenure in sites that could serve the broader community. And that's not the kind of vibrant mixed urban culture. That's more of a monoculture. So I think the amendment strikes the right tone. We acknowledge that students have a meaningful place. They bring vibrancy, but so do other diverse housing types. And we need long-term residents, we need families, we need workers. That's what makes this city a great place to live. So I commend the motion as amended.
Thank you. I had a hand up from Councillor Willington, I believe. Then I had a hand up from Hay, and then I had a hand up from Councillor Hamilton. Councillor Willington.
Yeah, I have also amendment. I'm not quite sure. Should I move it at this point?
It moves now. You can wait if you like. It's a matter for you.
Oh, well, I'll move it now and see whether Councillor Gordon would accept it.
Yep. Thank you. If you just outline your amendment.
Fair way to go. The amendment is to include a point on D, at the end of D, so that D continues to read in relation, it's about affordable housing, and that such incentives should not include the reduction of provision of affordable housing. And also an amendment to include an additional point J, that Council reaffirms its in-principle support for a moratorium on further commercial for-profit student accommodation in the Randwick LGA to encourage residential developments.
Councillor Gordon, could I please confirm whether or not you would accept the two component parts of the amendment, whether it is the first part, the second part, or both?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would be willing to accept the amendment to point D, but I would not be willing to accept the amendment to point J. If you're willing to only move part D, I would be willing to accept it.
Yep, okay, you're insisting on both? Yep, okay. Councillor Willington, do you wish to speak any further to it?
No,
No, thank you. Councillor Veach?
Thank you. Look, I really would hope councillors would consider supporting these additional amendments. They're consistent with our position in recent years, where we've actually put this up an amendment to various VPAs and so on that have been coming to council. And, you know, it was great to have the speaker, who's still here tonight, listening to it. We really have to understand that, you know, we can all understand, because it's been very helpfully provided here in the report, that we've got over 5,000 student accommodation rooms. And it's really only in the last 5 to 10 years where we've had this division between residential accommodation and student accommodation. Because in the past, for example, way back in the distant past when I was a student, you know, students would just live in a normal house, in a share house normally, with other students. And it was just the way everyone lived. You would live in a household, often reasonably dysfunctional and messy, and that was a great way to make a whole bunch of friends and learn some important social skills. And you didn't have this artificial division. Just people lived in apartments or standalone homes or whatever. That's just the way it was. We've recently seen these types of highly commercialised development. They're not subsidised accommodation that used to be provided by universities, where students could stay, particularly those students who who came from regional areas or from interstate, were not able to live with families or didn't want to, and you know, we're provided with relatively cheap accommodation and with meals and so on. This is not the offerings. These are financial instruments that are, you know, put forward by, you know, hedge funds and so on. They offer a huge return on investment, but at the expense of students. They are hugely expensive. They're not affordable. So when we 100% support and love the students, but what we would like to see built in these prime pieces of real estate on areas such as Anzac Parade, along the light rail and other, you know, important transport corridors, it is residential accommodation for all, for students, for staff, for residents, for young people, for elderly people who want to downsize. That's what we need into the future. We know that due to sort of political vagaries, the, you know, caps on international student numbers in particular, can swing around wildly, and things such as for example, the COVID pandemic, you know, caused student numbers to crash. And so I hope you would support this amendment. I think we've got, you know, most of the alignment has already been taken up with student accommodation. We really don't need any more. We welcome students, and we would like all to be housed in just standard residential apartment blocks. Thank you.
Thank you. I had a hand up. Can I just confirm, Councillor Hamilton, were you speaking on the substantive motion or the amendment? You're on the substantive motion, I believe. Okay, thank you. I'll go to Councillor Luxford on the amendment.
Yeah, I have to support this amendment. As a long-term resident in Kensington and Kingsford, I've seen the suburbs change drastically to they don't even exist anymore like they were. Families are actually moving out of the area because of what is happening. And I know that because I've had 2 friends now go and buy houses in Clovelly to move out of Kensington because of what is going on. We have a business on Anzac Parade now that is closed down after some 40 years in the area. They're also residents in the area. So we've lost yet another business. On some of these blocks that have been built, there are no shop fronts underneath. So when they're taking away our shops, we're not getting shops replaced. The previous director of city planning assured me that I'd be able to walk down the Boulevard Anzac and have a gelato and go to a beautiful, dinner and a cultural event in Kensington with all this development that was happening. It's quite the reverse. I doubt I'll ever be eating a gelato walking down the Boulevard Anzac. There will be no restaurants if our shops are being taken away. But more importantly, there is nowhere for anyone to downsize. We've been inundated with student accommodation, which at night, when you come up to Anzac Parade and see what's been built, half the rooms aren't even lit up. So they'll be sitting there empty because it's easy, as we know, for these businesses to park their money in these types of constructions. We have no vibrancy. We have nothing is happening at all now in Kensington or in Kingsford. The shops are all empty, and what shops are there are very few. So we really need to have diversity in the types of buildings that are being built, the construction that goes on, so that we have a mix of residential, student and anything else, which we just don't have. Every block is taken up by student accommodation. And none of this accommodation that I know of can be converted into residential. There's only one block that I'm aware of, which is the original Uni Lodge block, that I believe those rooms can be converted into residential apartments going down the track should they not be required or business changes. But I don't believe any of the other blocks being built that can happen. And I just think it's a real shame that we have two suburbs that were fantastic that are now the pits. And, of course, we can't blame the students for this, but, I don't even know how they afford to pay the accommodation prices in these apartments at all. And that's what happens. Then they'll move out and they'll find an apartment somewhere with their friends, and we lose another residential premises to students who can't afford to pay the $900 a week to scape. So I fully support this amendment.
Mr. Kelly, could you just draw to the meeting the attention of the text of the amendment? So just to assist, it might actually be helpful, Councillor Wellington. Yeah, so it includes a new point. Well, so yes, so there's J, which is in red there, and can you scroll up? And it's a new, and new point D. It's because she's moving both. I asked whether or not we're willing to split them into different propositions. Okay, please continue. As Councillor Hay on the amendment. Yep, thank you.
I'd like to briefly remind everyone of the overall context that's going on here. Across 5 sites in central Kensington, we are developing 1,800 units, which have 4 student housing, which have next to no parking in them. In a similar number of sites, I believe it might be 8 sites in Kingsford, we're delivering another 1,200 units of student housing with hardly any parking spaces. In addition, where there are 700 units being proposed along Barker Street on the south side of the university. In addition, we'll be talking about it later tonight, Notice of Motion 11, the Randwick Racecourse may be developing 3,000 units. And in addition to what is already happening in Kensington and Kingsford, there is a substantial amount of residential development going ahead as well. The idea of a moratorium, I mean, I talk a lot about the need for supermarkets, and I like to be a broken record on that. But the reality is, when you've got so much development happening in such a short space of time, it does help to have a brief pause and take a look at what's actually going ahead, and then we can reassess our position. So I urge everyone to support this amendment.
Thank you. I have a hand up from Councillor Gordon.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Look, the councillors who have spoken on this amendment so far have talked about the need for a diversity of housing types and asked why we haven't been able to eat gelato and Anzac Parade. And I have to say, I agree. That's the thing. That was the point of the original resolution, and the changes to policy that were being set to encourage a diversity of housing types. I simply believe that this amendment sets the wrong tone for this resolution. So my reason originally for adding the affirmatory language to the motion is to ensure that we are clear as a council about our motives. We want to encourage a diversity of housing types without trying to imply that students aren't a part of the community. And as Councillor Veach did point out, this is already on the books. It's established council policy. So what we're doing is actually we're debating the tone of the resolution. We're not doing policy changes here. So if we wanted to talk about changing council policy, you and I could talk about that. But what we're essentially doing is changing the tone of the resolution by sending this message again. And I just can't agree with that. I think that it follows into the things I stated before about the risks to council, about our public perception, about what we look like in the media, about what we look like on social media. I think it's important that the resolution doesn't try and reinvent the wheel and just proceeds with what the staff have recommended as amended. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any further speakers? Sorry, Councillor Veach? Yeah, you can seek a point of clarification, yes?
I totally support the amendment that you put in, showing our support for the students. I really want to be crystal clear about that. This is just about the fact that we've already got the planning controls for the Anzac Parade corridor, and nearly all of those sites have been taken up with, as you say, a very specific type of accommodation. When we have, we'll have the same height and FSR.
Could I just confirm what it is that you're clarifying?
I'm just clarifying that Councillor Gordon, that I totally support the amendment which is already in there, this is adding to, not replacing, voicing our support and welcome to students, that this is about an accommodation type that is very specific. That's all.
Yep, thank you. Yeah, Councillor Gordon can, as it was directed to you, yes?
I believe to address through you, Mr. Mayor, this point of clarification by Councillor Veach. The point I was making was that I believe the tone of the resolution is important. I linked that to my efforts to change or to improve what I perceive to be the tone of the resolution through my original amendment, which is incorporated into the motion. I believe that the amendment moved Councillor Veach is not in line with the tone that I think this resolution should have.
Thank you. Are there any further speakers on the amendment? Otherwise, I'll now put it. It being a planning matter, a record of voting is required. All those in favour of the amendment, Wellington Veach, please raise your hand. We have Councillors Hamilton, Veach, Hay, Luxford, Rosenfeld, Martin, Asghari, Said, Burst. All those against. We have Councillors Magna, Gordon, Wilson, D'Souza and Parker. I declare the amendment carried. The mover of the motion now shifts to Councillor Wellington. Are there any further speakers on the motion? As moved, Councillor Hay, and then I'll go to Councillor Hamilton.
Thank you. I'd like to add an amendment. I've sent through to Mr. Kelly. I did ask for it to be, I'll ask for whatever I wrote instead to be added as a new motion at the bottom.
New point?
As a new point.
Yep.
Sorry, new point. So
Sorry, just could you please outline what it is you're moving?
Yes.
While Mr.
So
Kelly attempts to bring it up?
as it's written, the motion, we're moving to 0.2 parking spaces per unit plus a number of visitor parking spaces. Now, we are in a very particular circumstance in Randwick Council in that UNSW has it has light rail, but it doesn't have any heavy rail, and that heavy rail will give us the capacity to move 2,000 people per carriage. So yeah, not point C, point I, J, K, point K. Point K. So if we compare UNSW to UTS and University of Sydney, they're both within walking distance of Central Train Station, and Macquarie University has its own metro station on campus. So being able to move a large number of people very quickly allows you to have a much better spread of student housing, and you don't need as many parking spaces if you're immediately above a major rail station and you are connected to the rail network. For that reason, what we should do is write a letter to the Minister and ask that we are allowed to vary from the SEP and consider our own planning controls that better suit our circumstances and the character of the local area. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I just ask the new member with carriage of the motion whether or not she accepts the proposed amendment from Councillor Hay? Okay, could you just turn on your microphone? We do.
Sorry.
Thank you. Councillor Wellington.
Yes, through you, Mr Mayor, to the Director of City Planning, could you venture an opinion on the amendment as proposed by Councillor Hay?
Thank you. The Director of City Planning.
Through you, Mr Mayor, to Councillor Wellington, at the moment there are two resolutions in there that contradict each other, because you've got number C that talks about seeking exemption from various provisions from the SEP, the 10% bonus, the car parking rate, and then the amendment by Councillor Hay, which is similar but talks about seeking exemption from all the provisions of co-living in the SEP.
Apologies. Can I ask the question through you, Mr Mayor, to the Director of City Planning? Should it have actually been does it still need to remain a overriding of point C to be effective?
Through to the Director of City Planning.
Yes.
So apologies, I'd like to withdraw the amendment as moved and instead move it as an override of point C.
Okay. Through to the new mover of the motion?
No, I don't accept
Okay, it doesn't get accepted. Do I have a seconder of the amendment moved by Councillor Hayes, seconded by Councillor Rosenfeld?
Reserve my right.
Thank you. Are there any further speakers on the amendment? There being no further speakers, we'll now put it being a planning matter. We will, a show of hands is required. All those in favour of the amendment, please raise your hand. Councillors Hamilton, Hay, Rosenfeld, Martin and Burst. All of those against. Councillors Wellington, Magna, Veach, Luxford, Gordon, Asghari, Wilson, Said and D'Souza and the Mayor. I declare the amendment lost. We now return back to the substantive debate. Councillor Hamilton. Okay. Are there... Fair enough. That's all right. I just try and follow the code of just go back. Are there any further speakers? There being no further speakers, Councillor Gordon, as the mover of the original motion, would you like to close the debate?
Very briefly, although is this going to the microphone?
Yes, it is.
Just very briefly, although I, of course, lost one of those votes, I nonetheless would like to say that I think we've done the right thing by our community by promoting a diversity of housing types in our area, and I think look forward to seeing families with kids, students, and retired members of our community in Kingston.
Okay, thank you. Before I move to a division, In my left-hand corner, I see a flurry of movement in the audio-visual box. Can I confirm that all of the microphones are working and we're all good?
I was checking that one. It's very low. I think it was picking up off yours only on that particular one. If you also just turn your mic on and speak directly into it for me, please.
Hello. Oh, there it is. Cool.
Dylan, you need to keep your...
Do you want me to repeat my closing remarks?
No, I got everything.
Oh, hey, cool. Thanks.
Right. We will now go to a division. That's a good reminder that everyone needs to have one person talking at once. We will now go to a division. All those in favour of the motion as amended by Councillor Willington, please raise your hand. We have Councillors Hamilton, Willington, Magna, Veach. It's unanimous. Thank you. Okay, we now move to CP3/26, investigation of into reducing election waste, challenged by Councillor Asghari. Councillor Asghari, could you please outline what it is you're moving? I will then call for a seconder. Councillor Asghari, could you just hold for 1 second?
Just adjust the mic. I'm not going to add anything at all on that one.
Okay, is it because my mic is on?
I move this motion as outlined in the business paper. Firstly, I would like to thank the council and staff for preparing such a comprehensive and valuable report. I also want to acknowledge the excellent work they are currently doing, particularly in recycling waste management more broadly. If we look at page 53 on the business papers, the Ku-ring-gai Council, it says election signage is not permitted on council land, roads, roundabouts, footpaths, traffic signs, or power poles. That's why I added point C to this motion, which I've sent to Mr. Kelly already, which says, Council investigate how we can ban soft plastic materials on council properties in any election.
Thank you. Councillor Veach is the seconder. Councillor Veach, sorry. Can you turn yours off for a second?
I'd like to commend Councillor Asghari for moving the motion. I think Randwick Council is pretty over the top when it comes to election materials when you compare it with other LGAs. I just feel every single election we are seeing a kind of just race to cover any conceivable surface or pole with electoral material, and it's become unsustainable. I really would have preferred if this report back had found perhaps a stronger way forward to really reduce this, but at the very minimum, I think we should really be looking at also how we can stop the sort of plastic wrapping of schools and so on. So, yeah, I commend the report, and I hope we can find a way forward to reduce the use of plastic material during elections.
Thank you. I had a hand up from Councillor Hay, and then I'll go to Councillor Gordon. Okay. Sorry, just hold on. I'm getting something coming through the microphone.
Hey.
Testing. Oh boy. Testing. Yeah. No, that one. There was feedback coming out of that one. Councillors, if you read the business paper, the report as per the business paper, we're already working hard. We have successful initiatives currently being delivered by Randwick Council to support election waste recycling. So we already have a number of plans in place. We don't need to add a new soft plastic ban. Keep in mind there are. I'm not even sure the council would even have the power to do that. Our constitution, as ruled by the High Court, gives certain rights of free speech and implied rights to political communication. Frankly, if a political party wants to put out some advertising material, be that my party or anyone else's party, they have the right to do that, as do independent candidates. And this may mean that a lot more plastic gets used than otherwise, but that's just the price we pay for democracy. Councillor, if someone decides they're going to letterbox the entire electorate of the next federal election, they will print 100,000 flyers, and that's just the nature of the game. And if people print 1,000 corflutes and put them on every telegraph pole, that is the nature of the game. We simply need to accept the council is already working on this, and we should just accept the report as written. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Gordon.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Could I just ask a question through you to the relevant officer? Would point C affect corflute type materials or just soft plastic bunting?
Through to the General Manager.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My understanding from the intention is it will be corflutes also.
Thank you, Mr. Rosenfeld.
Yeah, very briefly, as I mentioned when we first debated this matter, when Councillor Scurry first brought it, we need to promote ourselves. Without corflutes, how are we supposed to promote ourselves? No one will know who the candidates are. So it's lunacy to ban it. Can't support the motion.
Do I have any further speakers on the amendment? There being no further speakers on the amendment, we'll now put it. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. Okay, I declare the amendment carried. Thank you. The amendment's been carried. So, yeah, thank you. Councillor, are there any further speakers on the motion? No. There being no further speakers on the motion, Councillor Asghari, do you wish to close the debate?
No.
Thank you. Okay, there being no further speakers, we'll now put it. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against, declare that carried. Thank you. We'll now have a 5-minute break, just while we test the audio. For those who are listening at home, the meeting is adjourned. We will return at 9:18 p.m. you, councillors. I now reopen the ordinary council meeting at 9:30 p.m. It's been a lot up and down. Thank you. The next item is CP5/26, Council submission to the draft Sydney Plan, a new approach to strategic planning discussion paper and draft industrial land policy, challenged by Councillor Said. Councillor Said, could you please outline what it is you're moving? I'll then call for a seconder.
I'm moving as per the business paper.
Seconder. Seconded by Councillor Wilson. Thank you.
And the reason why, Mr. Mayor, is I just wanted to commend the staff on writing this paper, because actually the draft industrial lands policy, which is on page 69, actually affects the South Ward rather than any other ward in the LGA, because no one else has industrial lands like we do. And actually it brings up quite often within our suburbs in the South Ward about how industry is now taking over where once was residential streets. So rather than be NIMBYs, we do have a lot of purpose to say that the houses were there before the industry was. And as time has gone by, especially with the port rules and everything else, there's 24-hour access, there's trucks going down residential streets. And on page 69, the draft industrial lands actually takes the side of the people, which I congratulate the planning director and her staff, and a personal thank you on behalf of the area that you are trying to look after us. There is, as you've been written in here, that's accompanied by robust planning controls, industrial areas probably designated regionally significant. You're trying to turn it back, and the proximity to Port Botany is actually in the third point, which is support the precinct-based planning sites specific design responses rather than state interventions. Actually, at the moment, we're getting a lot of state intervention, and we're actually getting there's a land that's being sold through Ausgrid, through a different company called Aurora, which actually was in the newspapers last week. It sold at a pittance, and then they turn it into industrial lands, and the DA goes in, and there's no access to heavy transport, etc. So there's a lot of residents around that area of Matraville, around Macaulay Street, Berry Street, and they're very worried about what might come. So this is very timely and very strategic, and I thank you for it.
Thank you. Councillor Wilson as the seconder.
I reserve my right.
Thank you. Are there any further speakers? There being no further speakers, we'll now put it. All those in favour? All those against? Declare that carried. We now move to CP6/26, Enhancing Safe Battery Disposal Options, challenged by Councillor Asghari. Councillor Asghari, could you outline what it is you're moving? I'll then call for a seconder.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll move the motion as per business paper.
Seconded, Councillor Martin.
But again, I'd like to congratulate and thank council and staff for preparing such a significant report and acknowledge the excellent work they are currently doing. As we can see in the report, currently they deliver a range of activities and are successful in a range of initiatives such as expanded drop-off, collections and education campaigns. I'd just like to see if we can include considering of drop-off in open locations such as beaches and parks.
Yep, thank you. Just confirming you're moving in a slightly amended fashion.
No, that's just a question.
Okay, through to the Director of City Planning.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, Councillor Asghari, that is something that we could explore, yes.
Great.
Thank you.
Councillor Martin is the seconder. I'll then go to Councillor D'Souza.
Nothing to say.
Beg your pardon?
I fully support what Councillor Asghari has said, and I do commend the council on their report tonight.
Great. Councillor D'Souza. Thank you. Are there any further speakers? There being no further speakers, I'll now put it. All those in favour? All those against? Declare that carried. Thank Thank you. We now move to CS1/26, Malabar Shops Alfresco Area Investigation, challenged by Councillor Burst. Councillor Burst, could you please outline what it is you're moving? I'll then call for a seconder.
I'd like to move it as per the recommendation.
Seconded by Councillor Sid.
Councillor Sid. This was a really good exercise in that it was a Let's Chat that was on at Malabar. And so Councillor Sid and myself walked around to all of the businesses and asked them how we could make their lives easier, how we could potentially help their businesses grow and flourish. And they certainly asked the question, are we able to increase the alfresco area along the western side of Malabar? So we put forward the notice of motion, and it's interesting to see whether it's got legs and financially is viable in the long term. But if you don't try, you'll never know. And we've got to give some hope to our businesses to help them grow. So that's it.
Thank you. Councillor Sid is the seconder. I'll then go to Councillor D'Souza.
Just like to reiterate what Councillor Burst said, and I'd just like to thank the council staff for at least acknowledging that there could be something done, and we'll look into it and take the next steps, and I thank you for it.
Thank you. Councillor D'Souza.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. As the third ward councillor, I do support this report. Malabar is often called God's country, and it is God's country, but even sometimes God needs a little bit of help. So I thank you for this report, and thank you for what you're doing for our community. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Veach.
I'm very happy to support this motion. This is slightly random, but I was going to put to the mover and seconder if you would consider an amendment, given that we're going to be contacting Transport for New South Wales. There's a couple of issues with the sort of traffic lights in that area. If you're on it's slightly separate to the motion, but it's something I've been thinking of raising at council, so I just thought I would do it now. If you are on the eastern side of that intersection, near where the newish amenity block is, and there's the Heritage Garden Cafe, there's actually no traffic lights that allow you to cross as a pedestrian, northbound or southbound. You sort of have to walk through. There's actually quite often quite a lot of traffic there, so you kind of have to just wait for a gap and cross through the traffic because there's no lights. There's literally no safe way to cross anywhere around that, whether you're going back down, like, have a look. The other thing that's a bit weird is that if you're driving northbound on Anzac Parade and you want to turn right into where those Malabar shops are, you sort of go around, and then there's actually no traffic light there. So sometimes you actually don't know if you've come around the corner, and then if you could actually cross Anzac Parade safely. It's only if you know that intersection this makes any sense. So I guess I would ask, this is done on the fly, if we could add a point C and D to. Would you be happy to that, to address the to look at the signal, the pedestrian? It would just be a point C.
Sorry.
To investigate.
Yes.
Improvements
Councillor
for
Burst.
improving the signalised.
Thank you. Councillor Burst
lights.
and Sid are both gesticulating. I also have the Director of City Services, who I think is quite keen to answer this. So
Yeah.
what I might do is I will offer the opportunity of the movers of the original motion to suggest that the councillor, the Director of City Services, can elaborate on this matter.
Is that okay?
Through to the Director of City
Director of
Services.
City Services.
Through yourself, Mr. Mayor. In recent times, myself, the General Manager and the Senior Executives of Transport for New South Wales, along with councillors and the precinct, have met at the intersection to discuss the matters raised. There's been several items in and around that intersection, including the matters you considered in moving from the bus stop across the road of Anzac Parade, but also the phased signalisation of the existing pedestrian crossing. Transport, unfortunately, were unable to, at the time, support or have any works suggested for that particular intersection. So what I would say is they are two different matters at hand, and I would proceed, or my suggestion would be to proceed, with the alfresco consideration in isolation of that particular matter, given Transport's written response already.
In light of that, Councillor Burst, do you accept the amendment? Okay, Councillor Veach withdraws it. Thank you. Are there any further speakers on the motion? There being no further speakers, Councillor Burst, do you wish to close the debate? Thank you. There being no further speakers, I'll now put it. All those in favour? All those against? Declare that carried. Thank you. CS2/26 Brook Street renewal, challenged by Councillor Hamilton.
Yes, I'd like to put this up in an amended form. Mr. Kelly, I've sent it through. So what I'd like to do is, this bridge is unnamed. It's also owned by council. I checked with the general manager, meets all the requirements for a resource that we can name. And so I'm proposing that we name it after former Councillor Mayor Coogee Bruce Notley Smith. So I'll just read a little bit about Bruce for those who may not know who he is. So Bruce Notley Smith was elected to council in 2000 and he finished up in 2012. He was deputy mayor for 2 years and he was also mayor for 2 years. Then he was elected in 2011 as a member for Coogee and he served for a period of 8 years. So in total, 19/20 years in local government and state government. Now, during his time in Parliament, Bruce Notley Smith was recognised as a key contributor to the New South Wales Government's Jobs Action Plan. He maintained a strong focus on education and employment portfolios. He publicly advocated for marriage equality at a time when few members of his party did so. And just in response to an earlier comment about not getting an apology to the LGBTQI community, Bruce Notley Smith had a standing ovation when he stood in Parliament and he apologised for the 78ers, the Mardi Gras Pride disgrace. He secured and supported local community funding initiatives and he advocated for local services and infrastructure within the Coogee electorate. His combined service at those levels was nearly 2 decades. In addition, the Notley Smith family first moved to... He was also an openly gay representative and spoke about the importance of visibility and representation in public life. In addition, the Notley Smith family first moved to Vicar Street, Coogee in 1930. So in total, 5 generations of Notley Smiths resided in Coogee and the Randwick LGA more broadly for nearly 100 years. We're coming up to that. So if the bridge is completed by 2030, it would be a fantastic event in naming the bridge in honour of Bruce.
Councillor D'Souza on the amendment.
Mr. Mayor, how symbolic is a bridge? How important is it? What message does it send? It talks about connectivity. We say to it, it's better to build bridges than walls. But this is a great opportunity, Mr. Mayor, to do something and value and respect a member of our community that did just that. Bruce Notley Smith, I don't belong to his political party or share some of his political beliefs, but what I did believe in is in same-sex marriage, equality.
Point of order. Councillor Burst was the seconder. He should be speaking now as a seconder.
Sorry, look, I will uphold the point of order. It's on me. I made that apology. Councillor Burst kindly will allow Councillor D'Souza to continue. I'll then go back to Councillor Burst. Thank you.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor. The point I'm making is I think it's a great idea. I think this bridge we talked about renewal. Maybe it's time for us, or we've already done it. The vote was taken. We renewed our beliefs and the way we feel about the LGBTQI. I get them all mixed up. But in saying all of that, it was all about equal rights, equity and social justice, giving everyone a fair go. These are my core beliefs. And I believe this bridge symbolises an opportunity to build bridges, to connect communities, to send a strong message to those and others that we are one. I didn't get the opportunity to meet Bruce Notley Smith, but I met him, but I didn't have a relationship or friendship with him. But I can tell you one thing about him. He was a very courageous man. And one thing the councillor may have forgotten, he was instrumental in introducing this can where we put cans, recycled cans, and get a little bit of money back on it. And that's really positive for those in my community that are suffering because of, cost, the crisis that exists and the lack of funding. Anyway, Bruce is a good man, a decent man. I think he should be recognised. This is a great opportunity to do just that. Renew the bridge, rename it, and let's not forget a good person who did some wonderful things. I said, I didn't belong to his political party. I only know him for his work. So I'm not biased when I speak well of this person. I think he does need to be acknowledged. It's a great opportunity to do just that. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. I'll go to Councillor Veach, then Councillor Wellington, then Councillor Said. So are you right? Councillor Burst, and then I'll go to Councillor Veach. No, we'll go to Councillor Burst as the seconder. Thank you, Councillor Burst.
I certainly support this amendment and motion. Bruce, longevity in politics is can be a tough business, and to survive, to contribute for over 20 years as he did at local government level and at the state level, and the fights that he fought, especially for the gay community. He was openly gay, and but when I met him, he was one of the first gay politicians I actually met. The first gay politician I met at the state level, and he was just inspiring, and it was about bringing people together. So I certainly support this. Thank you.
Councillor Veach.
Thank you. Look, I'm going to move an amendment which is move the report as per the business papers. And the reason for this is that I think, once this bridge is rebuilt, we can then get a report, on if or who the bridge should be named after. We should be looking at all options. I've got nothing against Bruce Notley Smith. He's a very respected member of our community and has served the community very well. But we've got councillors from a particular political party recommending that we name an important civic structure after a member of their own political party, and I just don't think that's appropriate to. It's no disrespect to Bruce Notley Smith at all, but I just don't think this is the appropriate way to do it. And I think members of the community may want to have some kind of input and perhaps have some options, including potentially a female member of the community or so on, or it could be named after a First Nations community member or name. There's many things that we should be considering. So I think at this point it's not appropriate to make a decision on the fly as to who this should be named after. So I'll be moving as per the business papers. Thank you.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder for that amendment? Seconded by Councillor Magna.
Reserve my rights.
Thank you. Are there any further speakers on the amendment? Councillor Said, then I've got a Councillor Hay.
Mayor, I'd just like to know, it's a question to the council officers. We have a policy on naming rights, and I could be wrong, but I thought one of them was you had to be, unfortunately, not wishing any ill will, but you had to be dead to be named after someone. But we do have a policy, and does it fit into the policy that we do have?
Through to the director, through to the general manager. Wouldn't dare.
That's for infrastructure that council doesn't own.
Thank you. Councillor Hay.
Yes, thank you, everyone. I urge everyone to vote down this amendment. Firstly, as Westwood councillor, I seem to recall voting in favour of a small portion of Kensington Park being renamed after Laurie Bratton, who is, of course, very much alive. And also, that's what we do.
Do we?
He was, look, Laurie Bratton served as our federal MP for a very long time, and even though he's Labor and I'm Liberal, I was
state before that.
Oh, he was, yeah, correct. He was a state MP as well.
And a budding electrician.
Anyway, no, this is what we do. When someone has given a substantial portion of their life to serving our community, we name something after them, and it's completely in line and completely appropriate. And just to clear up a few things, he was, yes, the first openly gay elected MP. Some people did come out as gay after they were elected. He was the first person to have the courage to step forward and announce that he was gay and put it on his election material that he was in a relationship with Paul. And yes, just to clear that up. Secondly, he was an East Ward councillor, so it's fitting that this is in his ward. I remember campaigning with him on Havelock Street in the 2011 election, and he told us all about how the trams used to run in this way and the way the buildings are designed, interacting with not just that tunnel but also the nearby architecture. This is an absolutely fitting and appropriate thing, and we have a strong history as councillors as acting in a bipartisan way. And in the same sense that I supported naming Brereton Place within Kensington Park after Laurie Brereton, I ask everyone to extend the courtesy and vote against this amendment and support this amendment as moved by Councillor Hamilton and Burst. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any further speakers on the amendment? Oh, Councillor Willington? No. Okay. Councillor Hamilton has a question.
My question is that if I amended my amendment, so E, to investigate, so for council staff to investigate and report back, would that be more acceptable to Councillor Veach?
I would support just a call for a report on naming of the bridge without naming anyone specifically.
Okay, thank you for that response. I appreciate it. What I might do is I would like to still put forward Bruce Nutley-Smith. I think that he has by far the credentials and the link to the community to be deserving of this naming. So I will change it slightly to read investigate and...
Yeah, that is true.
Yeah, okay, yeah, you're right. No, that's right.
Okay. All right. There being no further speakers on the amendment, I'll now put it. All those in favour? Aye. All those against? I declare the amendment carried. There's been a request for a division. All those in favour, please raise your hand. We have Councillors Willington, Magna. No, sorry, Mr. Kelly, you got it wrong. So the amendment is moved by Councillors Veach and Magna. So all those in favour, please raise your hand. We have in favour Councillors Willington, Magna, Veach, Luxford, Gordon, Asghari, Wilson and Said. All those against, we have Councillors Hamilton, Hay, Rosenfeld, Martin, Burst, D'Souza and the Mayor. I declare it carried. Thank you. The motion now is moved by Councillor Veach. Are there any further speakers? There being no further speakers, Councillor Hamilton is the original mover. Would you like to close the debate?
I would, and I would say that it's really interesting that people can make a decision like this, but in the future, if your name was ever put up in this way, you would be so chuffed. Like, you would be so pleased that after giving so much to the community, that then people, and bipartisan as well, sitting around a room to help support a legacy of yours and your family. This is also a family name, just very similar to the Brereton scenario that Councillor Hay talked about, that we voted for. And we did that because we recognise the service and we recognise the family name and we recognise the commitment. So I think it's really a shame that people use this as a political tool instead of just recognising that Bruce Notley-Smith was an excellent representative for the community. We're in Pride Month right now. It would have been fantastic for us to walk out of this room and say, we just voted to recognise the first gay mayor of Randwick, gay councillor of Randwick during Pride Month, and then after all the work completed, the bridge in place, revealing a plaque on the 100th anniversary of the Notley-Smith family moving into Vicar Street in Coogee. So we have really missed an opportunity, and it's only because of political lines that it happened, and it's really poor form.
Thank you. I'll now put it. All those in favour? All those against? Declare it carried. Thank you. We now move to CS3/26, Notice of Motion, Searle Avenue, Randwick Parking Solution, challenged by Councillor Hamilton. Councillor Hamilton, could you please outline what it is you're moving, and then I will call for a seconder.
Look, I'm moving an amendment. I'm taking out the council's recommendation. I've been in discussions with the residents in this street for many years, putting forward the original notice of motion when I did, and that was because the residents had really had enough. And I encouraged the residents to come out tonight to speak to everyone, because I did explain that there are a number of new councillors, and it's really important for newer councillors to hear firsthand from residents the history of the challenges that they've faced. So I think that that's really commendable of the residents in the street. They haven't dropped this issue. They are, always coming to me. They're taking photographs. They're reporting, as Mel, the speaker, said, they're reporting to council all the time illegal activity in the street. So I think that the right thing for us to do is, I've put this amendment, and I've spoken to staff about this. I had some help from the Director of City Services with this. My amendment is that council, through the March 2026 Local Transport Forum, consider the 6-month trial of an approximate 30-metre extension of the resident parking zone spaces on the northern side of Searle Avenue to the intersection of Frenchman's Road, Randwick. And I hope that everyone can see that this is in response to residents. They were not satisfied that the report touched on as big a challenge and the pain points that the residents have. So I really believe that this amendment harmonises the residents and the business in those areas so that they can coexist, and that's what we always try to do when we're looking at commercial and residential zones such as these. So I hope I get your support.
Thank you. Seconded by Councillor Hay.
Thank you. Look, it's important that we look after communities and we ask them for their, we get their feedback, we take it on board. I'd just like to quickly ask a question through the Mayor to the relevant officer. Is it possible to consider extending the zone to 8 p.m. within the extension already noted on the motion?
Through to the Director of City Services. Could I maybe ask that I'll come back to you and we'll continue with the... Oh, you got it? Yeah. Director of City Services.
Through yourself, Mr. Mayor, yes, that's fine.
Councillor Hamilton, would you like to... Yep.
Councillor Hamilton?
Yes, so can we...
Councillor
8
Hay
p.m.
has suggested that until 8 p.m. be incorporated. It's
Yes.
until? Yep, thank you.
Could I have that added, please, Mr. Kelly, that a 30-metre extension of the resident parking zone spaces until 8 p.m. Extension until 8 p.m.
Thank you. Are there any further speakers? There being no further speakers, we'll now, I take it you don't wish to close the debate. Now put it. All those in favour? Those against? Declare that carried. Thank you. We now move to CS4/26, Management of Shared E-Bikes. Challenged by Councillor Martin.
Yes, thank you. I would like to move, as per the business paper, with a small amendment which Mr. Kelly has got, adding E at the bottom of that list. Adding an E, yes. A, B, C, D's there already.
It is.
C. Big part D. Thank you. Yes, that's right. That council undertake a formal review of the operation and effectiveness of the shared e-bike parking framework and geofencing arrangements, with a report to be provided to council prior to March 2027 council meeting, including an assessment of the effectiveness of the designated parking locations and geofenced areas in managing compliance, pedestrian safety and public amenity. Also, data on the total number of shared e-bikes deployed across the Randwick LGA and within the identified hotspot precincts. 3, the analysis of any increase or decrease in designated parking locations and geofence zones over the review period. And 4, an evaluation of whether the current geofence perimeter boundaries are appropriate, including consideration of any displacement or dumping of bikes outside the designated area.
Thank you. Seconded by Councillor Ascari.
Thank you. First of all, I would like to congratulate Council for the incredible amount of work that they've done on this matter and will continue to do. We've still got a long way to go. It's a pressing issue in our community. The shared e-bike usage has grown significantly across our local government area. With that growth, I think it's entirely appropriate that Council formally review how the parking framework and geofencing arrangements are performing over time. This amendment does not alter the current framework. It does not reverse decisions made tonight. What it does is ensure that prior to March 2027, Council receives a structured report examining whether the designated parking locations are effective, the overall number of bikes deployed across the LGA, any changes to parking zones or geofenced areas, and whether the current boundaries remain appropriate. Importantly, it also allows us to assess whether bikes are being displaced or dumped outside the defined areas and whether adjustments are required. It also ensures we stay on top of this matter as the new regulations are rolled out. Thank you.
Councillor Ascari.
I reserve my right.
Thank you. Councillor Magna.
I'd like to propose an amendment to the resolution.
Thank you. Mr. Kelly, could you please pull it up? It's the one that was sent earlier.
Thanks, Mr. Kelly.
Yep, let's see.
Speaking to the amendment, I'd firstly like to acknowledge the commitment that Councillor Martin has had to this issue, and also to everyone around this horseshoe. I'm sure we've all received emails about e-bikes and the way in which they've been presented. I'd also, similar to Councillor Martin, like to thank the council officers who have done a lot of work on the cross-department micro-mobility working group and the data that they have compiled, the Transport for New South Wales data,
Sorry,
their operator
thank you.
data.
Thank you. Councillor Hamilton has called a point of order. Yes?
So Councillor Magna's putting up an amendment, but you haven't asked whether Councillor Martin's accepting the amendment, and he's debating the amendment without acceptance.
Look, Councillor Magna was explaining the amendment. However, I will ask Councillor Martin, do you accept the text? So it is incorporating from well, even though it says A, it's an additional point D through to I.
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Are there any further speakers on the substantive motion? I've got a hand up from Councillor Magna. I'll then go to Councillor Veach.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So, thank you, Councillor Martin, for accepting the amendment. I think the expanded parking zones around Coogee, Maroubra and Randwick Junction are in direct support of the evidence that tells us that that is where the pressure is the greatest. On the physical barriers, and in particular the amendment, I'd like to simply say this, that when the biggest complaint is about when the bikes are on the footpath, but they are pushed over and they block the footpath. So providing those parking bays in a way that they can be presented in an orderly fashion with good physical design is not just about an aesthetic luxury, but it's the thing that will determine whether they are seen as part of the public domain or an imposition on it. And I'm glad that that has been incorporated. The 630,000 trips per year in just our council area represents thousands of car journeys that didn't happen, and the thousands of parking places that weren't needed, and the tons of emissions from carbon vehicles that weren't produced. So that's a genuine contribution to our environment and builds connection in our city. But the amendment before us is about supporting good data, good council work, following the state government guidelines, and presenting this as a mode shift that will incorporate this as a form of mobility as part of our future active transport planning.
Thank you. Are there any... Councillor Veach.
Thank you. I'm just trying to understand how the two amendments will work together. I was very happy to support Councillor Martin's amendment because I think it's really important for council to see the data on the changes and so on. And then Councillor Magna's amendment adds a number of other locations or extends the existing locations. That reads to me that we're resolving to just extend the locations. But then underneath it seems to say that we're calling for a report on extending the locations. So, are we calling for a report on extending the location? That's the main issue. I really want to get that data, and maybe with that data we would also look at getting a report on extending it, because it's not clear. I need a visual to actually see. This is why these maps were very helpful, and I don't really feel like voting on an extension without being able to see that. So I would prefer an additional report if you would be amenable to that, or if you could clarify, please.
Through to the mover of the original motion, Councillor Martin. Or
I think it's actually
Councillor Magna.
May I request the assistance of the relevant officer in terms of how they would interpret that particular amendment to answer Councillor Veach's question?
Through to the General Manager.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The way I've interpreted that in putting with Councillor Martin's original motion is that you're requesting for additional geofenced areas to expand that. Yep. And as part of the report that Councillor Martin's asking us to bring back next year, will include an assessment on those additional areas.
Thank you. Are there any further speakers? There being no... Councillor Veach.
Could Councillor Magna please just maybe hold up these maps and tell us where I don't understand how far this is extending. Is it just a very short extension? It's really not that clear. And, you know, we've had community who will have, you know, quite a lot of interest in this, and I don't feel comfortable voting on something like, which I can't see.
Thank you. Are there any further speakers? There being no further speakers, Councillor Martin, do you wish to close the debate?
No, thank you.
Thank you. We'll now put it. All those in favour say aye. Aye. All those against? I declare that carried. Thank you. We now move to CS5/26 Coogee Beach unauthorised Christmas Day event, challenged by Councillor Martin.
Thank you. Yes, I'm moving it according to the business paper. I would just like to say I saw this area about 5:30 p.m. on Christmas evening, and again about 7 a.m. the next morning, and the transformation was incredible. I agree there are concerns about rubbish left behind and the lack of toilets. After speaking to the local community, the response was generally split, about 50-50, on what occurred on that day. Some people really enjoyed the atmosphere, others were deeply concerned about the impact. I think this is a balanced recommendation. We're not banning Christmas Day at the beach, but if an event of this scale is going to happen, it needs to be properly managed. A coordinated managed approach with neighbouring councils and the New South Wales government perhaps would allow the community to still enjoy Christmas Day at Coogee while reducing safety risks and avoiding another six-figure clean-up bill for ratepayers. Thank you.
Councillor Asghar is the seconder.
I support Councillor Martin's motion, and I really like to thank the council, the staff and rangers for the quick clean-up and a great job.
Thank you. Are there any further speakers? Councillor Sid.
I don't know how to word it, and I would like to ask Councillor Martin that, or in a report that Council might put through, is that I agree with her rather than trying to kibosh it entirely. We should be working with neighbouring councils and also the state government, but at the same time trying to work out a way that, and I know it's going to be very hard, but a way that we can actually make charge people to come to this event. And I'm sure the English, the Irish and whoever else, Brazilians, whoever came and had a great time, would happily pay to know that they were getting better facilities. So maybe we should try to work out a way that we can charge for this, and that way the costs involved are not to the ratepayers but to the people that attend themselves.
There's a question through to the mover of the motion as to whether or not you would accept additional language. Before you do that, do you wish to seek a point of clarification through to the officer as to whether or not that is already encapsulated in the original text?
Yes, that sounds like a good idea.
Thank you. Through to the General Manager.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Councillors, the intention here is that for us to talk to our neighbouring councils, ask the state government to pay for whatever costs there are. One of the things we could do when we're talking about our neighbouring council, Waverley, they were looking at a charging system and how that was going to work at Bronte and that, so that's something we certainly could explore with them. But the view here is that if this was to proceed, we'll bring back a report to council anyway, so you can make a final decision, but it's not for the council, ratepayers, to pick up the money for this.
Thank you. In light of that advice, do you accept the proposed amendment?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Thank you. Are there any further speakers? There being Councillor Magna.
Minor point. Can you remove the apostrophe between council? Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Are there any further speakers? There being no further speakers, I'll now put it. All those in favour? All those against? Declare that carried. Thank you. We now move to CC1/26. Could you pleasure peer heritage assessment future options challenged by Councillor Martin?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I'll be quick. Once again, moving it as per the recommendation on business papers. I remember this being of huge public interest at the time, and I was only just asked about this recently, so I'm really pleased to be able to give this particular person the answer. The heritage assessment now provides clarity. The items removed are from the shark safety structure and not the remnants of the pier. They don't meet the threshold for heritage listing, but at the same time welcome the documentation of the columns and for staff to explore potential adaptive use considering the remains. Thank you.
Thank you. Seconded by Councillor Said. Councillor Said, do you wish to talk to it?
Quickly, Mr Mayor, I just want to second it because actually from the beginning, and unfortunately the Randwick Historical Society and a lot of people that knew their history tried to explain to everyone that it wasn't part of the pier, but unfortunately it's come to this and it's finally become, I'm thankful that finally it's been proven that they're not the actual pier, and it was always, we've always said, and especially the Randwick Historical Society have always said it was the shark stage, so it's glad that it's finally come out.
Are there any further speakers? There being no further speakers, Councillor Martin, I take it the Councillor Said there's nothing you need to reply to? No. All right, we'll now put it. All those in favour? All those against? Declare that carried. We now move to CC2/26, 2026 Sydney Film Festival Sponsorship Challenge by Councillor Magna. Could you please outline what it is you're moving? I'll then call for a seconder.
There's a amendment to the resolution from the business paper that's been provided to Mr Kelly. Essentially proposing that the funding model be varied. I'll wait till the amendment's up there.
Yep, seconded by Councillor Veach. Thank you. Please proceed.
Look, the Sydney Film Festival is a great Australian cultural institution with a 73-year history, and it's so great that Randwick City Council is able to support it. But $15,000 with 1 year and then asking that the film festival reapply under the community partnership grants process signals that they need to basically come back and keep asking for funding. That's not really a true partnership. A true partnership involves a commitment, and this amendment seeks to signal that ongoing 3-year partnership and commitment with CPI indexation that matters. It's a small detail, but it's one that will add significant value and meaningfully signal the commitment that this council has and the enrichment that having the film festival partner with this council will bring to our community. I commend the motion as amended to the council.
Thank you. Councillor Veach is the seconder.
Yeah, I'm really happy to support this amended motion. Randwick, the City of Randwick has very, very strong connections to the film industry with obviously NIDA down in Kensington and Afters just up the road at Fox Studio. There's always been quite a big community from the film industry living in the eastern suburbs, and I mean, I can't remember the exact year that the film festival started coming to the Ritz, but it was immediately very popular, and we went to a screening last year, and the queue for that particular screening literally went around the corner all the way up to the petrol station. Like, there are that many people coming to it. People love the Ritz. They love coming to the spot. It's a boon for the local businesses. It's great for local residents to not necessarily have to trek into the city. It's the perfect venue, and I don't think they should be having to compete in those rounds. We should just get behind it and give that ongoing support and make sure the film festival is able to stay here ongoingly. It's hugely popular, and it's a boon to everyone in our LGA. So I hope we can support this. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor De Souza.
Mr Mayor, I'd like to commend both Councillor Magna and Councillor Beach for what they've said. I'm a great believer in the arts and I support it completely. Actually, Councillor Wilson, dear Councillor Wilson's auntie, Auntie Joy Ruby, was a great supporter of both Tropfest and the Sydney Film Festival. She encourages a lot of young people in their careers to follow and become actors and actresses. But in saying all of that, I think it's so important. We boast about the sense of community and building a stronger community. Well, this is a great way to do just that. And Councillor Beach is right. That the Ritz has been through so much. We nearly lost it as a theatre, but not only did we maintain it and make it a Australia Heritage listed item, we've also encouraged the arts, and we have the French Film Festival there, many film festivals, and I think it's so important that we continue to support this particular group, and this Councillor Magna and Councillor Beach have and the motion, of course, in front of us has my full support. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any further speakers? There being no further speakers, Councillor Magna, do you wish to close the debate? And now put it. All those in favour? All those against? Declare that carried. Thank you. We now move to CO2/26 monthly financial report for the 30th of November, challenged by Councillor Burst.
I'd like to move it as per the recommendation, but I just got a question through to the relevant officer. Noticing on page 166 that the revenue from continuing operations has increased. The original budget's sort of planned at 217 million. It's now the current budget's looking at 238 million. And when I go across to page 168, it looks like that increased revenues coming from operating grants and contributions and capital grants and contributions. So obviously the operating grants and contributions are state and federal funding, and the capital grants and contributions are VPAs. Would that be correct to the relevant officer?
Thank you. Through to the Acting Director of Corporate Services.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. The $21 million increase from the original budget to the current budget reflects predominantly the increased income received from developer contributions, specifically Section 712 and Section 7.23. This income is externally restricted.
Thank you. Are there any further speakers? There being no further speakers, we'll now put it. All those in favour? All those against? Declare that carried. Thank you. We now move to CO6/26 quarterly budget review, challenged by Councillor Willington.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I would like to move as per the business papers, but with an amendment to express that as all good things cost money, I thought I'd speak to this in relation to the quarterly budget review. I just wanted to find an opportunity somewhere in the meeting process to express thanks for the wonderful renovation of our workspace, this council chamber. It really is great to see the effort and work and consideration that has gone into making our council chamber a beautifully renovated space, and I'd like to thank all the officers who contributed to this. Thank you very much.
Here, here. Thank you. Seconded by Councillor Magna. Are there any further speakers? There being no further speakers, I'll now put it. All those in favour? All those against? Declare that carried. We now move to CO7/26, 25/26 quarterly progress report, challenged by Councillor Veach. Councillor Veitch, could you please outline what it is you're moving? I'll then call for a seconder.
I'm moving as per the business papers.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder? Seconded by Councillor D'Souza. Thank you.
And I would like to very much thank all of the staff for the obviously always huge amount of work that they are doing every year, and obviously that is reported each quarter. I would just also like the relevant officers to just give us a little bit of information on 4 of the items in there. The first one is on page 46. This is of the attachment, and that relates to A15 1.3 about the management of microplastic pollution. The second one is on page 61, A20 1.1, which is about the changes to the heritage review. Sorry. The third one is on page 106, A32 3.1, which is about the coastal walkway route through the southern golf courses, and maybe we'll see that in our lifetimes, hopefully. And there was one more and I can't find it now. I'm asking if the council officers responsible for those can actually just give us a little bit more information. And there was another one, and I will try and find the page on the transport.
Thank you. Please continue.
There was one more about some interesting updates on some bus routes. Oh, here it is, page 93. A27 1.1, A27 1.2, and A27 1.3. I'm just not sure if it's possible, if the councils are a staff member can speak to that. Thank you.
Thank you. Through to the General Manager.
Mr Mayor, Councillor, I'll get response to those things and I'll send a memo out to the councillors.
Is anyone here able to respond to the heritage one? Because there seems to be a change. Is anyone able to respond to that?
Through to the directors, through to the relevant officer.
Oh, excuse me, through you, Mr Mayor. Sorry, Councillor Vetch, could you just remind me what page it's on?
61.
Oh.
Yeah, page 61, it's on the top right.
Yes, I can provide you with an update. We have now employed the consultant to undertake the work. It's been undertaken in a number of phases. Firstly, it's looking at work identifying and areas within the low to mid-rise area within the city. Are there any buildings in those areas that should be listed? So that's first been looked at, and the consultant will look at those. Second thing is to look at the 100 items that the council resolved some years ago that we're having a preliminary assessment as part of our heritage study. Were never included in the LEP to be updated because they needed further investigation. That's been undertaken as well. That's the second part of the project. Third part of the project is looking at the number of items that have come through, or buildings or properties that have come through the chambers in the last couple of years. For example, that there is the ex-Commonwealth Bank down in Coogee Bay Road, investigating those in more detail. So we're well underway of doing that work in stages, in those various stages.
May I ask a follow-up question?
Thank you. Councillor Veitch has a follow-up question.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the response. I guess the specific question relates to what it says here. It says, 3 consultants responded to an EOI. As a result of this review and due to the costs exceeding council's budget expectations, the brief was amended and consultants invited to provide a further response to the rescoped projects. So I'm just very interested to know what has changed.
Through to the relevant officer.
Through you, Mr Mayor, to Councillor Vetch. What we originally quoted before was that the consultant go and look at
the areas that are identified in the low to mid-rise area. They're extensive areas that are surrounding each of our centres. It's 800 metres from each area. That was costing an awful lot of money, as you can imagine. So what I did, I asked one of, I resourced that internally, and we had a heritage qualified staff member do that work for us. So what that meant was the consultants had to re-quote because we had done that work for them. That's the main issue.
Thank you. Are there any further speakers on the matter? There being no further speakers, I'll now put it. All those in favour? All those against? Declare that carried. Thank you. We now move to motions pursuant to notice, commencing with NM1/26, notice of motion from Councillor D'Souza, social housing stock in the Randwick LGA. Councillor D'Souza.
Mr Mayor, being mindful of time, I think my notice of motion speaks for itself. Mr Fagan spoke particularly well and spoke about all the points that have concerned to me and my community. I think there'll be little debate on this, so I'm quite happy to sit back and move forward.
Thank you. Seconded by Councillor Asghari. Councillor Asghari is the seconder. Please turn your microphone on.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I fully support Councillor D'Souza's and second this motion regarding social housing stock in Randwick. Access to secure and affordable housing is fundamental to a stable and inclusive community. As our area continues to grow and housing costs increase, it is essential that we protect and strengthen the supply of social housing within our LGA. Social housing supports some of our most vulnerable residents, including older people, individuals with disabilities, low-income families, and essential workers, enabling them to remain connected to their community services and support networks. This motion recognizes that maintaining and expanding social housing stock is not just a planning matter, but a social responsibility. A diverse and balanced community depends on ensuring that people from all income levels can live locally with dignity and security. I strongly encourage all councillors to support this motion as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Sid.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I will be voting in favour of this motion because it is very important, but at the same time, I just think that informing the Housing Minister that there is a critical shortage of stock could be considered condescending, coming from a council that's told the actual Housing Minister that they're not sort of keeping their finger on the pulse. So wording is very important. And at the same time, I was a bit, I feel sorry for these people, and as Councillor D'Souza has said, that many residents are complaining that their local authorities refuse to listen to their complaints or help them. Their stories are similar and they're heartbreaking. I just need Councillor D'Souza to confirm whether he's referring to Randwick Council's outstanding community service staff or the staff in Michael Daly's office.
Through to the Director of, through to Councillor D'Souza. My apologies, I'm tired.
Mr Mayor, I learned one thing in life, not to point the finger, because when you point one finger out, there are three fingers pointing back at you. I'm blaming no one. I'm just asking council to find a better way if possible, and I think it is possible to help those most in need, those most vulnerable in our community. We have a social housing crisis. We have living crisis, cost of living crisis. I think I was going to end by talking about my core values, which everyone knows: equity, social justice, and a fair go for all. That's all I'm asking for. Mr Fagan encapsulated everything so well. It went point by point. It wasn't someone I asked to come. It was someone who volunteered to come because he knows how important it is for us to do something. So again, coming back to councillors, I'm blaming no one. I'm just requesting help for those in need. And believe me, there were a lot of people in need who approached me, especially we heard about Bilger Crescent. Yes, those people in Bilger Crescent where the pigeons nest, those people in Namatjira Place where there's mould and no one's listening, no one's doing anything about it. And they don't know who to turn to. I keep telling them, I'm just a simple councillor. Talk to your local member. It's a state government issue. But anyway, I've done something about it. I've put forward a notice of motion. I hope everyone supports me. Not supporting me or my motion. It's about supporting our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Before I just go to further speakers, just out of an abundance of caution, I will make a non-significant, non-pecuniary interest. I am employed in the office of the New South Wales Attorney General, which is separate to the responsibilities of the local electorate. However, because both offices are held by the Honourable Michael Daly, I will make a declaration to that effect. I will be participating in the matter. Are there any further speakers? Councillor Beach.
Look, I rise to give my very strong support to this motion. I would love it if it said public housing, because actually Bilger is public housing, it's not social housing. I'm sorry, but the state of public housing in New South Wales and in our LGA is an utter disgrace. It's an utter disgrace. There's just no question. There's not enough of it. There's not enough of it, and even that small amount that's left is in a shocking state. It's unacceptable. I have had people come up to me and say that they have had sewerage from the apartments on top of them, this was at Namatjira, falling through into their bathrooms. I mean, it is absolutely shocking. Every election, when you're out, you will hear more and more of these stories. These people are being left behind. More and more people are getting kicked out because these are really valuable properties. And so we've had a whole lot of people evicted from the site in Mascot. And there's even a women's housing co-op there. Some of these people have lived there for over 20 years. There's another massive block going down on Banks Avenue, down near East Gardens. These are both in Bayside LGA. And nothing's been built yet. It's disgraceful. We have to do everything we can to advocate. So I strongly support this motion.
Thank you. Are there any further speakers? There being no further speakers, I'll now put it. All those in favour? Aye. All those against? Declare that carried.
I'd like to move a pecuniary motion, Mr Mayor, that we move to 242 against, given it's very late and there's a lot of items to go.
Yep, thank you.
Procedural motion.
That's all right.
That's how late it is.
Pecuniary Okay, being a procedural motion, moved Councillor Rosenfeld, seconded by Councillor Gordon. All those in favour? Aye. All those against? Declare that carried. 242 against. Okay. The next item on the business paper is NM2/26, notice of motion from Councillor Willington to allow members of the public to address public forums by AVL. Do I have a mover? Do I have a seconder? Seconded by Councillor Martin. Councillor Willington.
Thank you, councillors. I'll take the motion as read. We heard from Mr. Ryan earlier about the difficulties experienced by people with various forms of disability who may not be able to attend in person, and it seems really fundamental to the principle of inclusivity that we make it possible for people to attend either in person or by audiovisual link if they're not able to make it in person, and I commend this strongly to you so that we can remove the dot point, the second last dot point in section 4.2 of the revised Code of Meeting Practice, so to enable people to fully participate in public forums. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Martin.
Thank you. Yes, I totally support this motion and second it for Councillor Willington and agree with everything she has said. We've heard Mr Ryan tonight speak to us and give his thoughts on why we should allow this to happen. I think allowing residents to speak via audiovisual is a practical, inclusive and a modern approach. If we generally value community participation, then we should make it as accessible as possible. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any speakers against? There being no speakers against, I'll now put the motion. All those in favour? All those against? Declare it carried. Thank you. We now move to NM4/26, notice of motion from Councillor Rosenfeld, parking at Broad Arrow Reserve during nippers. Moved Councillor Rosenfeld, seconded by Councillor Burst. Thank you, Councillor Rosenfeld.
Okay, I've got a slight amendment which I sent through to David earlier tonight. I hope you got it, David. To add point C, that the hours of opening will be from 7 to 10 a.m. So they'll be added to C. Just speaking to this motion, basically, you'll all remember in November, I brought this motion, it was defeated. I've spoken to one of the surf clubs since, and they basically said the number of nippers is down, and a considerable number, which is very concerning to me because it's incredibly important that young people learn how to swim in the surf, and the fact that the numbers are down is something that does concern me greatly. I'm only asking for 3 hours on nippers only. It's only 17 Sundays a year for 3 hours. So I think it really won't be open for that long, and I really don't think the grass will get impacted by such short usage. I've also had communication with both the surf clubs, and they're both 100% in favour. The Maroubra Seals Club's 100% in favour of having parking for nippers. So really, I mean, the two surf clubs in Maroubra Seals at Maroubra Beach are all in favour. When the motion was defeated, the social media commentary was they were quite disappointed that council decided not to support this initiative. We owe it to our community to help them. So please support it.
Thank you. Councillor Burst is the seconder.
Thank you, Councillor Rosenfeld, for bringing this motion back. I also have received a lot of feedback and have spoken to both surf clubs. And as to this point of date, South Maroubra has now got 200 less nippers attending their sessions because they're just finding it too hard to park. Parents are saying it's too hard. Maroubra Surf Club is also down on their numbers, and they're struggling to be able to start on time because they can't get their parents there on time. Some of them are parking up towards Anzac Parade, that far up, because there's no parking. We've basically got a tsunami of parking issues in that 7 to 8:30, 9 o'clock range, where there's a whole lot of activity in a small space of time. And so this relieves the pressure keg and allows parents to be able to get their kids there. We've got over 2,000 nippers across the Maroubra Beach. This is the highest cohort of nippers in Australia. And we should be proud of that. We should be encouraging more of that. We've got a new surf club at Maroubra Surf Club. We're going to spend $15 million. We're going to spend $15 million on this surf club, yet we're not going to support a nippers program that will be the main thing to increase numbers in a new surf club. Nippers are the future of your club, like any other business. So it's important. What was that? Oh, I will say that too. So it's important that we support the nipper program. This is also kids learning to swim, be confident in the water. Future leaders. It gives them a focus of teamwork, working together. Anybody that's involved in surf clubs or any sporting club or any team-based events knows how important it is to create the right environment for kids to grow. It's their mental health and all these other things. So by not supporting this, we're reducing the amount of nippers. The bottom line facts are, by not having that overflow capacity on 17 weekends for 3 hours, means we're reducing the amount of nippers that will go down there. Kids will miss out. We talk about programs for our kids, yet here we are basically putting a roadblock in the way of the parents that need to get 2,000 nippers down to the beach on the weekends. We've also got our mayor that's a member of Maroubra Surf Club, so I'm hoping he will support his own club and his own nipper base and his own parents of those nippers. That would be a welcome outcome if we see that. It's pretty simple. Do we want to support our nippers or do we not want to support our nippers? And this is by not supporting them, we're letting down the parents. All the people in this room have got kids. We've all gone through it. When you're taking multiple kids to multiple events on the weekends, it's stressful. And you're trying to get kids here, get kids soccer, this, that, and it's and finding a parking spot, not being too far away, rushing them in. You're always running late because you got so many things on your weekends. And so we should be, as councillors, helping our community and helping the people of our surf clubs who go out there and save lives on the weekends and during the week on our behalf. So we should be supporting. I call on all our councillors to please think about this, reconsider. That section of grass, if you go down and have a look at it, it's very sandy, dirt base. It's certainly not a lawn. You can't call it a lawn because it doesn't look like a lawn. And secondly, every month we have markets there. We have stalls up and people traipsing over that land all day. Yet here we have a 3-hour window in the morning where parents are just going to be able to go in there, get their kids to the nippers, get them out and go. So all I'm asking is that we support our two clubs and we help them be able to activate and increase their nipper cohort rather than it's reducing. Thank you.
Thank you. Before I go to Councillor Gordon and then Councillor D'Souza with a question and then Councillor Willington, I'm just for the abundance of caution will make a declaration of interest, non-significant, non-pecuniary. I am an active volunteer patrolling member of Maroubra Surf Lifesaving Club. I will be voting. Thank you. Councillor D'Souza with your question.
Mr. Mayor, to the relevant officer, obviously there must be a problem the way Mr. Councillor Burst speaks. Has council been taking that into consideration, looking for a solution to this problem rather than just willy-nilly opening up this parking area?
Thank you. Through to the General Manager. Director of City Services.
Thank you. Through yourself, Mr. Mayor, council officers are in line with the resolution of council last year looking at ways to address parking pressures along our coastline. Further to that, we are in constant dialogue with our surf club presidents and relevant stakeholders within the clubs in relation to parking.
Thank you. Councillor Gordon speaking, you would have to be against, and then Councillor Wellington.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Firstly, council-owned parks and reserves are not for cars, they are for people. And secondly, opening up our public green spaces for cars will not actually relieve parking pressure at our surf clubs and beaches because it will induce more car trips to the beach. Maroubra is a very popular beach. I might be biased, but I think it's one of our best beaches, if our best beach. And we have no way of selectively letting only the parents of nippers park at Broadarrow Reserve. So here's what happens. We open the gates of Broadarrow Reserve during Saturdays. That means more people from outside of Sundays, sorry, it's late. More people from outside of Randwick LGA are going to drive to Maroubra Beach, increasing the congestion on our local roads, filling up the parking spaces, and not actually solving the problem here. It's a misguided policy, and it doesn't even touch on my own discomfort with using our precious green spaces for car parking.
Thank you. Councillor Willington.
Yes, I first have a question through you, Mr. Mayor, to the relevant officer. How, if this were to occur, what what resources would be required from council to support it, and how would council be able to ensure that the trees would be protected from from cars encroaching on the route zone?
Thank you. Through to the Director of City Services.
Through yourself, Mr. Mayor, on major days in which Broadacre has been open in the past for parking, we do either have council staff on site, additional council staff to those that are already rostered on to clean the beaches to manage the parking, or we would use contract traffic control to control the area, the ingress and egress. There are certain parts within the park that are, as councillors have mentioned, quite sandy, where cars do get unfortunately bogged within the site. Further to that, the trees, as you mentioned, we do make sure that the parking within the site is cognizant of tree protection zones, so cars don't run into trees, but additional resources are required to what is already rostered onto the site.
Thank you. Councillor Wellington.
Thank you. I think Broadacre Reserve is a very important green space. The trees there are extremely important for people, for shade, for protection, for wildlife, and I don't think that further pressure in addition to the markets can be condoned, and I support Councillor Gordon's remarks and will vote against this. Thank you.
Thank you. Before I go to Councillor Burst as the mover of the motion, I believe Councillor Luxford has Councillor Rosenfeld, my apologies. I'm going to Councillor Luxford, who I believe has a question. Is that correct?
Well, I would like to speak, but I will ask this question. Should this go through? There was talk about, how would we differentiate? Now, does council, if I'm not mistaken, and through to the relevant officer, issues car parking stickers for the lifesavers, for the staff around our beaches, for the volunteers to actually park when they have their patrol, for patrolling members? So would council not be able to also issue to the parents a parking sticker that would allow them into the reserve and out again after their nipper session was over, so that we would know who were nipper parents and who were not, in order to regulate the parking, and people who are hangers-oners who think they could sneak in would not be able to? Would that be possible?
Through to the General Manager.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councillors, we can certainly set up a permit system for nippers that the surf clubs advises that to do that, and we can certainly have staff down there to monitor that going in and out. What we can't do is that if people overstay the time limit, we then have to put up parking restrictions and start booking them on a park for overstaying the time limit there. So it's not a street, so that's a different act we have to impose to do that. So we could put parking permits in. Yes, we could do that. That's an administrative process we could do. We could have council staff down there. But if we have to lock the gate and keep someone inside the reserve, we would have to do that, because finding them on a reserve is a different part of the act that we'll have to use.
Thank you. There being no further speakers against, Councillor Rosenfeld, would you like to close the debate?
Yeah, just basically saying that there was talk about it for everyone. It's purely just for nippers, and that's a good question from Councillor Luxford on that. So I ask for your support.
Thank you. We'll now put it. All those. So the question in front of us is the motion as moved Rosenfeld burst, and that has 3 points: to open Broadacre Reserve for overflow parking on Sunday mornings, for the forecast weather needs to be such that it would significantly impact impact the numbers, and that the opening hours be from 7 till 10. That is what we are voting for. All those in favour say aye. Sorry, there's been a request for a division in the name of Burst and Hay. All those in favour, please raise your hand. Okay, we have Councillors Hamilton, Hay, Luxford, Rosenfeld, Martin, Said and Burst. All those against. We have Wellington, Magna, Veach, Gordon, Asghari, Wilson, D'Souza and the Mayor. I declare the motion lost. Thank you. We now move to NM5/26, notice of motion from Councillor Martin, beach cleaning and peak period response. Moved Councillor Martin. Do I have a seconder? Yeah. Seconded by Councillor Hamilton. Councillor Martin, please move your motion.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. This motion is about two things. Councillor Hamilton's already seconded.
Oh, sorry.
Recognising the excellent work of our staff and responding to the concerns of our community. Firstly, I want to acknowledge the swift and professional response to the large and impromptu gathering on Christmas Day. It required significant coordination and effort to restore the beach and surrounding areas, and that work should be recognised. Secondly, and particularly after extremely hot and busy weekends, I've received numerous emails and phone calls from residents concerned about the litter, overflowing bins and the condition of our beaches during peak periods. While this motion applies citywide, because I live in Coogee, now I don't know whether that's a good thing or a bad thing for the council workers, I can naturally see firsthand the pressures on the beach there, and I hear directly from the residents each day I go down there. However, this is not just a Coogee issue. All of our beaches experience intense seasonal demand, and cleanliness and amenity are expectations shared right across our local government area. This motion is not about criticism, it's about capacity and supporting our staff. It simply asks that we continue to consider whether our peak period cleaning responses are as responsive and flexible as they could be. And if I may, could I just ask a question to the relevant officer, please?
Through to the relevant officer. Sorry, you should ask the question. My apologies.
Thank you. Through to the relevant officer, Director of City Services. Is there a staffing issue, and do we need to employ more people to help clean these areas?
To the Director of City Services.
Thank you. Through yourself, Mr Mayor, no.
Are there any, Councillor, have you finished your remarks, Councillor Martin? Thank you. Councillor Hamilton, as the seconder. Are there any speakers against? There being no speakers against, I'll now put the motion. All those in favour? All those against, declare that carried. Thank you. We now move to NM6/26, notice of motion from Councillor Burst.
Thank you. This notice of motion is about the La Perouse Museum visitors. Our La Perouse Museum visitor target was equal to or greater than 18k, and unfortunately the actual was only about 8,690 for the 24-25 years. So this motion is just simply about investigating options to increase visitation through the museum's 5 pillars themes, and look at increasing fixed and permanent displays of French heritage, science and communications, wider social history of La Perouse with a connection to Randwick region and the unique geography and environment of the region. So it's a fairly straightforward motion of just investigating, seeing how we can get numbers up and looking at our 5 pillars. Thank you. So I ask you to support.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder? Seconded by Councillor Rosenfeld.
I fully support Councillor Burst and his efforts to make sure we keep a lot of exhibitions about the French heritage in the area, the amazing story of La Perouse and that voyage, as well as all the other things listed there. So 100%, let's hope we get our visitation up.
Thank you. I have a hand up from Councillor Gordon. I'll then go to Councillor Wellington. Councillor Gordon.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I would like to move an amendment to this motion. I believe David has it, but I'll read it out in case. Replace point A with just options to increase visitation and add new points B through D. B, reaffirm Council's endorsed curatorial framework, noting it facilitates the ongoing presence of French heritage, science and communications, wider social history, as well as unique geography and environment of the region. Point C, commends recent efforts of museum staff in modernising the museum and attracting new audiences. And point D, delegates to the General Manager the authority to enact the MOU with the Friends of the La Perouse Museum.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder? Seconded by Councillor Asghari. Councillor Asghari, do you wish to speak to the amendment?
No, I reserve my rights.
Okay, do you accept it, Bill? Yeah, funny that. Sorry, thank you.
You need to turn yours on.
No, I don't. No, I don't. It works.
I'd support A, B and C, which is pretty much just rewording. D, I wouldn't support. I would like to be involved in that MOU and be present at that meeting.
Thank you.
Yeah. Memorandum of Understanding with the Friends of La Perouse Museum. What was that? What? Okay, I'll accept it.
It's been pleaded.
Yep. Okay, thank you. In light of the fact that it is accepted, Councillor Wellington, do you still speak against? You can. Your question.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the relevant officer. I just want to get clarification about this issue about numbers. Was the museum closed for a period between 2024 and 2025?
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, in 24-25, the museum was closed for 7 months from September to March.
And can I just ask a supplementary question to it? Since reopening, how many people have visited the museum and in what time frame?
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. I was actually just looking at those figures this morning. Since the museum has reopened, we've had just over 10,000 visitors through in 6 months.
Thank you. Councillor D'Souza, your question?
Just a question, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor, matters being discussed, wouldn't that be considered like an operational sort of decision, or the the General Manager and his team would make decisions on? Isn't that considered an operational matter?
Through to the General Manager.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councillors, unless Council specifically resolves, it's an operational matter.
Thank you. Are there any further speakers? There being no further speakers, we'll now put it. All those in favour? That's fine. All those against? Declare that carried. Thank you. All right, we now move to NM7/26, Notice of Motion from Councillor Veach, minimising gambling harm in the Randwick LGA.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The site at 1 to 11 Rainbow Street is one of the key council-owned sites up for redevelopment in our LGA. It's right there on one of the intersections on what used to be referred to as the Kingsford Nine Ways, and it's right there at the terminus of the T3 light rail, which terminates at the Kingsford Juniors site. And the different sort of corners of that, what used to be the Nine Ways, are all up for redevelopment. They were rezoned under the K2K. So for the K2K, that's going to be, this area is really going to change. And we have a once in a generation, possibly once in a 2-generation opportunity to define a landmark site in our LGA. That's, just a short distance from the university, from UNSW, and what will hopefully be a thriving, revived Anzac Parade in Kingsford when all of the new developments are finally completed. So, for me personally, and for many of the residents who have contacted me in alarm, that our definition of what should be built on that site is potentially going to include a pokie club. And residents are rightly asking why they were not informed when members of South's juniors were. I think it's a very good question and I share their concerns. Apparently, a parcel of land is to be sold. We don't know. That's the whole thing. Is it or not? We don't know this from a council report. We know it from the minutes of a South Juniors meeting. But apparently, even though this information was in the public realm, councillors and community were not informed. The sale of any public land is of huge public interest. The fact that we may be selling off a key piece of land for a club will set a terrible precedent for councils all across the state of New South Wales. Because we know there are planning proposals, you know, the state government is pushing through large, significant changes to excuse me, this is actually really important. I'd ask you to stop talking, thank you. Huge planning changes are sweeping across New South Wales and particularly metropolitan Sydney. Sweeping changes that are affecting communities, they're being debated in council chambers, there are public meetings with communities all across this city and all across this state. And if there is an opportunity for clubs to actually capitalise on rezonings and then potentially build on council land, this will set a really important precedent. And of course, as our speaker tonight so eloquently and movingly described, the impacts of gambling, not just on the gamblers themselves but their families, is so devastating it can last a lifetime. And through my own work outside of the council, I have heard the most appalling stories from family members. I heard from one lady whose partner, unbeknownst to her, had a very serious poker machine addiction. They had a business, which was a restaurant. They lived above it. They owned the small building. He was out during the day, going to many, many different clubs, gambling away all of their earnings and life savings. In the end, he tried to rob their own business in the middle of the night. In a panic, he realised that he had been captured on their own CCTV camera, and he decided to try, if I may have an extra minute, please.
There has been a request for an extension of time. It is a procedural motion. All those in favour? All those against? I believe that...
I'll wrap up as quickly as I can, please.
Okay, I declare it.
Thank you.
Declare
He tried to
it carried
destroy the
36.
evidence by burning it. What he ended up doing was burning down their business, burning down their house, killing their dog. He ended up in jail. They had no life savings, no home, no business, no nothing. I mean, and that's just one story. That was in the media as well. So people are rightly concerned that we may be facilitating gambling on either council land through a lease or through sale. And I guess I would just like to put through a question to the General Manager, if you can provide some more information about this project. Thank you.
Through to the General Manager.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Without breaching council confidentiality, I can confirm to the council and to the public there's been no conversations regarding selling council land around this particular site. That has never been council's intention. That is something that this council elected body would know first to do that. Whether that is in another organisation's document is nothing to do with this organisation. There has been no conversations about selling any council land regarding this potential project. We are simply, at this stage, looking to get more information so you as the elected body can make a determination down the track.
Thank you. Councillor, do I have a seconder? Seconded by Councillor Wellington. Councillor Wellington is the seconder?
No, I don't have any further comments, just I'll second the motion.
Thank you. Do I have a speaker against? I have a hand up from Councillor Hamilton.
I cannot support this motion because I have been on council for 8 years, the same amount of time as Councillor Veach, and I have never heard of us selling the land down there. Not a single presentation, not a single discussion. I think in the first term there was a call for a list of all council-owned properties, pricing, everything. We got a full rundown on every property that we owned, what we plan to do with it, its existing leasing arrangements, the times, how long they were on. And I must admit, this motion is the most confusing motion I've ever seen because I feel like it's full of hyperbole and it has come out of absolutely thin air.
Thank you. Councillor Burst.
Most clubs have very strict rules on to deal with problem gamblers. There's also state legislation around that. But more importantly, I just look at South Juniors and their club grants program, for instance. South Maroubra Surf Club, Coogee Surf Club, Surfing Southern Beaches, the Humour Foundation, Maroubra Surf Life Saving Club, the Delhi Women's and Children's Centre, the Sir Roden Lady Cutler Foundation, Youth Off the Streets Limited, Stewart House, Surf Life Saving Sydney Incorporated, Sydney Children's Hospital Foundation, PCYC New South Wales, Miracles Baby Foundation, Karula Community Centre, Clovelly Surf Life Saving Club, B Miles Women's Foundation, Cerebral Palsy Alliance, Coldef Foundation, the Shepherd's Centre for Deaf Children, Little Heroes Swim Academy, Bayside Women's Shelter, Mentoring Men, New South Wales Chairman's Rugby League, Rainbow Club, Randwick Meals on Wheels, Rise Up, Ronald McDonald House Charity Sydney, St Vincent's de Paul Malabar, Soldier Unlimited, Ted Noss Foundation, the Survivor Hub Limited, Vision Australia, Camp Quality, Kids with Cancer Foundation Australia Limited, Children's Tumour Foundation, Foster Care Angels Incorporated, 777 Movement Limited.
Point of order. I'm not sure. Can we, what's happening?
Point of order. Point of order. Point of order. This is a vexatious complaint made by Councillor Magna. Councillor Burst is listing every community organisation that's being held. He has 5 minutes to give his speech, and this is vexatious. He is bringing up a new point after a new point after a new point. This is a perfectly legitimate speech and a perfectly valid use of time, and Councillor Magna should apologise for his reckless behaviour and trying to cut off his speech.
This is quite an extensive. I can see you're clearly very animated around it. Look.
Can I continue, please?
Well, hold on. A point of order has been raised. I'm going to play this with as straight a bat as I can. I actually think you are being relevant to the particular motion. Please continue, Mr. Burst.
777 movement, Epilepsy Australia, Action Australia, Kids Giving Back, Plate It Forward, the Junction Neighbourhood Centre Incorporated, Lifeline Direct Limited, St Francis Social Services, the Burdekin Association, Little Wings Limited.
I've got a point of order.
Okay, could you please outline where in the Code of Meeting Practice?
He needs to actually refer to the motion, and there is nothing in point A, B, C or D of the motion that this is relating to.
Thank you. pull this up. Point C and D.
It does mention South Sydney Junior Rugby League in point C.
Sorry, thank you. Councillor Veitch is, so I'm about to rule on the point of order, thank you. Councillor Veitch has suggested that there is nothing relevant in relation to the motion. Point B3 relates in not engaging in projects or partnerships that involve gambling activities. I believe Councillor Burst is listing club grants recipients, is that correct? I'm clearly under the understanding that club grants are administered by Randwick City Council, so I think he's being directly relevant to the motion. There is no point of order. Thank you. Please continue.
I'm 3/4 way through. Arrow Bone Marrow Transplant Foundation, Autism Spectrum Australia, Dandelion Support Network, Dimix Children's Charities, Mind Gardens Neuroscience Network, Shine for Kids Cooperative, I don't know how to pronounce that, International Randwick Eastern Suburbs, Coogee Beach Probus, St Lawrence House Incorporated and Sunnyfield. So these are all grants that go to all of these organisations. They also spend $2.3 million is spent on community rugby league activities. There's also another $170,000 for various charities via the GM resolution from South Sydney Juniors. So at the end of the day, South Juniors do a lot of work in our community and provide a lot of support through club grants to a lot of organisations. So it's not just about poker machines, it's about the elderly people, the young people that go up to South Juniors or to the other clubs and go and see a show. The people that are lonely, they go there at lunchtime and they get to know the guy that comes and serves them with their coffee and their cup of tea. It's important that these clubs exist. And for these clubs to exist, they do need to have poker machines. Now, people also need to have a responsibility and accountability for their own actions as well. Then there is a mechanism to stop problem gamblers. Some of them obviously will slip through the net, but generally there's ways to exclude gamblers from clubs and have them on lists. And the problem gamblers, I think, across New South Wales is about 0.08 or something like that, 0.008 or something like that. It's in the amount of people that actually play, it's not very much. So that's why I think South Juniors is doing a great job. But also, just a second point I'd like to make. Christmas 2023, through to the relevant officer, who was the mayor in 2023 that requested the Yarra Bay Sailing Club as our venue for our Christmas community party? That was, I think, the first time in 20 years we didn't go to Prince Henry Centre or to the council chambers.
Before I direct that to the relevant officer, can I just suggest that while you've previously been very relevant, this line of questioning seems quite outside of the leave of this particular motion in the text of it. So I'd suggest that perhaps you keep it relevant to the motion.
Relevant. Okay, well, the relevance would be that Yarra Bay Sailing Club has poker machines. So that's where the relevance is coming, because we're now against a club that has poker machines, but we're happy to have a function at a club that has poker machines. But I'll leave it at that. That's pretty much all I need to say. Thank you very much.
Okay, I'll go to Councillor Said, and then they're asking questions. Is that correct? And you have a question? Okay, that's fine. Councillor Said, yep.
Mr. Mayor, through to the relevant officer, I'm getting sort of confused about at what point of confidentiality we're at. Mr. Ryan seemed to know what was happening on different forums. I saw it for myself, there was different social media forums. A lot of it was probably made up, you could tell, but a lot of it seemed close to the mark. And we are at the point where we still haven't even worked out what's happening yet. People on social media were telling us what's been happening. So there's obviously small leaks. Are we still in confidentiality, or because there seems to be a lot of weird stuff getting out there that I don't really know where it's coming from?
Through to the Director of City Services. Sorry, through to the General Manager, my apologies.
We are still in confidentiality.
Thank you.
So if there is sources of information going out from the confidentiality. Where does that come in the code of conduct? What are the ramifications?
To the General Manager.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. I'm sure there's no breach of any confidentiality at the council. I think what's happening is that they've read minutes of particular organisations, they've made some assumptions on those particular minutes, and that's then fostered because council hasn't come out and said this is what's happening because we don't have the information yet to give that to anybody.
Okay, thank you. Are there any further speakers? Okay, Councillor Hay has an amendment. You can through to the General Manager. Mr. General Manager.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Councillors, as you've resolved, it's 2 for, 2 against. Once the 2 for and 2 against have spoken, it immediately has to be put.
I uphold the point of order. Thank you. I follow the advice of the General Manager. It's okay. Councillor Veitch in reply.
Councillors, our community, there have been countless surveys and polls. Our community wants action on gambling harm. They have spoken loud and clear. They want gambling advertising to stop. They want action to stop gambling on pokies. Because there are so many people in our community who have been impacted by gambling and pokies. That is the long and short of it. They are sick of politicians, whether local, state or federal, prevaricating, passing the buck and not holding to the promises that they make during elections to fix this problem. This is a problem caused by politicians. Australia has more pokies, New South Wales has more pokies almost than the whole rest of the entire world. Our residents in New South Wales are losing $1 million an hour. Billions are spent on pokies every year. This is money that could be going to support families, into education, food, housing, to support businesses. Instead, it is falling down the drain into the hands of the gambling industry. And we pay more because we have to then go and support all of those kids and all of those families and all of those individuals whose lives have been devastated. We still pay. It doesn't matter if a few $100,000 is being spent as a social license to try and, wrest back what little bit of reputation these organisations have. I mean, our government should be supporting those charities. They shouldn't have to be begging to clubs to get these little bits of money. Our government should be supporting them. It's ridiculous. I really hoped this council would take this issue seriously because our community does. There is a huge amount of interest in this from the community. Our decisions on this matter will be watched and everyone in this room will be held accountable. This is actually a big issue because we are going to help facilitate, whether it's owned or leased, we don't know. We're going off minutes of another thing because we haven't been told. So of course there's going to be speculation. That's beside the point. This is actually a particular instance where we can make a difference. We can make a difference because you cannot know whose life is going to be affected down the track. When someone walks in the door and the resident who came to speak tonight, his family was devastated. I know a couple of generations of my family have been completely devastated by gambling. And I can tell you what, it's the guys who wander off gambling on the horses or the pokies or whatever, and guess who's has to pick up the pieces? It's the mums and the kids. The mums and the kids. My grandparents died with a massive gambling debt, and, you know, great-grandmother and great-grandfather, and, you know, my great-grandmother, everyone told her to write them off. She spent the rest of her life working to pay off those debts. And most families have got a similar story. You'll be paying off a house, supporting your kids, educating them, no. You end up paying off the debt of some idiot. And you can only imagine, just think, 2.5 billion just in 92 days. What damage has that done?
Thank you. There being no further speakers, I'll now put it. All those in favour say aye. Aye. All those against? No. I declare there's been a request for a division moved by Councillor Veitch. Is there a seconder to the call for a division? Seconded by Councillor Willington. All those in favour of the motion, we have Councillors Willington, Veitch and Asghari. All those against? We have Councillors Hamilton, Magna, Hay, Luxford, Gordon, Rosenfeld, Martin, Wilson, Said, Burst, D'Souza and the Mayor. I declare it lost. Councillor Gordon?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to move a procedural motion to extend the time of the meeting to midnight.
Thank you. Seconded by Councillor Rosenfeld. Thank you. All those in favour? All those against? Declare that carried. Thank you. We now move to NM8/26, Notice of Motion from Councillor Asghari, South Coogee Boardwalk Accessibility. Moved Councillor Asghari, seconded by Councillor D'Souza. Councillor Asghari, please move your motion.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I tried to be short. I like to move this motion in an amended fashion, and I've sent the amendment to Mr. Kelly, but first I will speak about this motion first. My motion supports fundamental accessibility principles, including the right to equal access to public spaces for all members of our community. The South Coogee Coastal Walk is one of our most treasured coastal assets. The Broad Walk forms part of Sydney's iconic coastal walking track, which with scenic timber pathways along the cliffs, offering ocean views, rock pools, and access to small beaches. It's relevantly easy walk for most fitness levels, and it's especially beautiful at sunrise. Completed in early 1993 and prompted at the time as disability accessible, but unfortunately it does not meet the expectation today. Accessibility is not merely a compliance requirement, it's an ongoing responsibility and a reflection of our community's commitment, again, to inclusion, equity, and respect. While the Broad Walk is accessible for many, there are sections that limit equitable access for people with mobility challenges. As a council, we have a responsibility to ensure our public infrastructure is designed and maintained to provide equal access for everyone. This includes considering safety and ensuring accessways are practical, secure, and dignified for people with mobility impairments. This motion upholds those fundamental principles of inclusion, equity, and community safety. I commend it to Council and urge all my fellow councillors to support it. So the amendment is we changed Part D to receive a report to Council no later than the September 2026 Council meeting to inform further consideration of accessibility requirements at this site.
Thank you. I'll go to Councillor D'Souza as the seconder. I'll then go to Councillor Hamilton. Councillor D'Souza.
Mr. Mayor, I think the councillors presented a very strong case why we should move forward on this. There's little I can say other than it's aligned with my core values of equity, social justice and a fair go for all. That boardwalk is in a state of disrepair, and it does inhibit mums with strollers, people in wheelchairs at certain points who cannot access the areas they want to go to. So thank you, Councillor, for bringing this to our attention, and hope Council embraces this, and the notice of motion and the investigation confirms what she has pointed out, and we move forward on it in a positive way. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Hamilton. Are you speaking against?
Against, yeah. Yeah, look, I'm speaking against this because as a person that walks on this walkway quite a lot, there are plenty of prams and there's a lot of bikes that travel across this particular stretch. So what happens is that there's some ramps that take you straight down onto a large natural rock ledge platform, and it's really well done the way the team have created it. The wood stops right at the edge of the rock, so it's quite smooth. It's very minimal bumping. I've seen so many prams, bikes go along there all the time. I think the biggest problem, if we voted for this, the biggest problem would be there's water running across the rocks all the time. So the council staff would have to drill into this rock to put an extension of the boardwalk, and then it wouldn't meet the ramp. So then you'd have to redo the ramp, and there's nothing wrong with the ramp. I heard Councillor D'Souza say that it's in a state of disrepair. It's not. It's consistently being repaired all the time. There are sections being repaired all the time. Just recently, the stairs were repaired. And I know because I walked past and they were closed off and then they were repaired. So there's always repairs happening on that stretch. And the interesting thing to note is I wouldn't be putting any money into this at all, because we've got Ellen War's house that we're gifted to council. We're going to, move the pathway through there. But even between the area that we're talking about and getting to, Ivor Road Pool, there's a whole section that is large sandstone steps, and they're all uneven. There's a lot of mud and there's a lot of puddles, and I've jumped over the puddles. That's what you have to do if you want to get out there in the rain. So there's a lot of sections that are very, very uneven. This is actually one of the most even natural material sections of the whole pathway. So without the assistance of, concrete or wooden ramping or anything like that. So I think if we really want a council to help out with continuing the coastal walk, then let's focus on that extension from the end of Cusco into Lower Liguria and beyond into, past on the way to Maroubra. So yeah, I can't support this.
Thank you. Are there any further speakers against? I'll then Councillor Rosenfeld.
Just going to support Councillor Hamilton that it's been one of my passions for a while, that we need to put the funds into that boardwalk over Lurline Bay, especially now we're doing the Evelyn War area, and it'll be a great asset for Central Ward. I'm sure you'll agree, Mr. Mayor, as a fellow Central Ward councillor. So that's where we need to focus. So I am speaking against this motion.
I'll take a question despite what? Well, actually, I have a question. We've now had 2 for, 2 against. It's a question, a procedural question to the General Manager.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Strictly speaking, Mr. Mayor, should now be put to the original move of the motion to close the debate.
In light of the previous point of order, we'll now put the motion. Councillor Asghari, would you like to close the debate?
Point of order. Councillor Veach cut me off from talking on her motion. This is how it goes.
To be clear, I have ruled on this. Councillor Asghari, could you please proceed?
First of all, my amendment is not there in the point D. No, we changed point D. Yeah, point D says request. that the update, but we changed it to receive a report to council no later than September 2026.
D.
Yeah. Point C stays the same. We change a little bit of point D.
Thank you.
No. The start, change from the start. Rather than request that the update, delete that. Receive a report to council. Yeah, that's it. Can I ask a question as well? The relevant officer. I'd like also to know that where does the grant or the budget come from? Is it from the state or from the federal?
Through to the relevant officer.
Why do you laugh when people speak?
Thank you. That is true. All members will be heard in silence. Through to the relevant officer.
Thank you. Through yourself, Mr Mayor, grant funding for a project of this nature would generally come from the state government.
Thank you. There being no further speakers and the debate now being closed, we'll now put it. All those in favour of the motion moved as Gary D'Souza, please say aye. Aye. All those against? No. I declare that carried. Thank you. We now move to NM9/26 from Councillor Burst, proposing the time-limited parking spots on Franklin Street, Matraville. Seconded by Councillor Burst. Well, seconded by Councillor Said. I saw Said first. That's what I saw.
Just a simple motion proposing some limited times for spots just behind the bus stop heading west on Franklin Street. You've got the Southeast Equestrian Club, and you've also got some other stall holders there, and they have problems there because there's a lot of boats and caravans parked in that area. And so if there was just some limited time spots, they could park, they could offload the feed for the horses, they could go and see the horses, a bit of companionship for the horses, do a bit of training if they need to, and a quick ride. They go in and out in 2 hours. But at least at the moment, there's all these boats and stuff, and there's no limited parking there. So 4 spots were allocated just for limited parking for 2 hours or 3 hours. It just allows those people to come, go to the different, there's also the pony club on the other side. And, so it just allows those people to get there and do a bit of training and feed the horses and look after them. So it's, and carrying some of that feed's quite heavy, so it would assist with that. So I hope you all support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Said is the seconder.
Actually, I have to put an amendment to Councillor Burst. I've just realised that given that we're talking about Franklin Street on the opposite side, close to the Larose Avenue, we've had residents saying that there's boats and caravans been parking right on the edge and they can't see, they've got a blind corner when they're coming out of the street. So if we can ask Councillor Burst if he accepts that we just put no stopping signs for about, the traffic committee can work it out, 10 to 20 metres from the corner on Franklin Street on the opposite side to where he's got, on the Larose exit onto Franklin Street for about 10 metres and no stopping sign.
Thank you. Do you accept it?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Are there any further, are there any speakers against? There being no speakers against, we'll now put it. All those in favour? Aye. All those against, declare that carried. We now move to NM10/26, removable bollards for Meg Street Plaza. Move Councillor Hay. Do I have a seconder? Seconded by Councillor Luxford. Councillor Hay.
I'd like to briefly start by thanking everyone for a wonderful Chinese New Year celebration that we had on Saturday. For those of us who attended, you'll note that there on the eastern edge of the Meg Street Plaza, there was a big white van parked there. That was because the plaza, as it currently stands, is a little bit too open and you needed to have a big object there to prevent a car accidentally, or worst case scenario intentionally, driving into the plaza. So instead of having a big giant white van there, we could install some removable bollards right on that driveway. They would generally not be in place, but they could be installed so that when we have a mass gathering at the plaza, it can be appropriately close to public use, and we could even, and I'm not against removable bollards in other plazas, but the community should generally feel safe at these sorts of events without the need for a giant white truck blocking the access. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Luxford is a seconder. Thank you. Is there any speakers against? Are there any speakers? There being no speakers against, I'll now put it. All those in favour? Those against, declare that carried. Thank you. We now move to NM 11/26, notice of motion by Councillor Hay. Do I have a seconder? Seconded by Councillor Rosenfeld.
Thanks. Councillors, I'll generally take this as read. There's been what appears to have been a leak of an apartment block being considered at some apartment blocks being considered at Randwick Racecourse. I've spoken to Mr. McMahon, and it appears to have been very much in the early stages. But it's important that we, if something is going ahead, we get a good dialogue going with the racecourse and the community. So, and the racecourse, Mr. McMahon, were very much in favour of talking about delivering a good quality proposal. As you can see on page 256, that blue box was considered to be a potential new park or urban forest. You can see on page 257, they're considering putting a large number of apartment blocks above the stables. I don't know precisely what's planned, but let's start looking at what is actually going to happen. And thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Rosenfeld is a seconder.
Is that all right?
Are there any speakers against? There being no speakers against, we'll now put it. All those in favour? All those against? I'll declare that carried. Thank you. Look, councillors, before we proceed... Okay. All right, we'll go one more. NM 12/26, notice of motion from Councillor Burst. Do I have a seconder? Seconded by Councillor Martin. Councillor Burst, please proceed.
12 months ago, I put up a notice of motion because I got a lot of feedback from residents who were concerned of not seeing enough Australian flags on Australia Day. And so a notice of motion went up. It became a council resolution supported by council. And but unfortunately, when it came to Australia Day this year, there was still no Australian flags up. So this motion is about just why there was no Australian flags, whether they'll be in place in January 27, and why there was no Oz flags, the green and yellow ones in South Ward, and if we can just make sure that this is rectified. Also, the local art competition for kids to look at Australian flag designs. So it's a fairly straightforward motion. It's just confirming what we'd already agreed on 12 months ago. So I hope you'll support this. Thank you very much.
Councillor Martin.
Thank you. Look, I totally support this motion from Councillor Burst. I did have people say to me, why aren't we displaying the Australian national flag more often through our community? People saying it doesn't even feel like Australia Day because we can't even see an Australian national flag. So I would really like to see next year, for Australia Day next year, whether we can have some Australian national flags flying.
Thank you. Speaking... There's a question from Councillor D'Souza, I'll then go to Councillor Luxford.
Mr. Mayor, could I ask the relevant officer if we've reviewed what we did this year and whether next year we'll have Australian flags on our flagpoles?
Thank you. Through to the Director of Community and Culture.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, it's clear what the intention is for next year's flags now.
Thank you. Councillor Luxford, your question?
Previously, we had an Australia Day committee. It seems to have disappeared. Will we ever be having one again? Because I think it was quite productive in the in the fashion of Australia Day.
Through to the Director of Community and Culture.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, that's correct, Councillor Luxford. We did have a Australia Day committee at one point in time that evolved to the Community Service Awards Committee, and now I understand that the responsibilities of that committee sit with the Cultural and Diversity Equity Committee.
Thank you.
Councillor De Souza, then Councillor Veach. Councillor De Souza.
What is being against?
Just like to speak however he wants.
No, two against me.
Councillor De Souza, do you move formal opposition? Do you say the words formal opposition?
Is it against or for? Just that, say no, are you against or for it? And then we can move on.
I'm for it because I've already.
Point of order, we've already had 2 for.
Thank you. I now have had a point of order. Okay. Are there any speakers against? No. There being no further speakers against, we'll now put it. All those in favour? All those against? It's been a request for a division from Councillor Rosenfeld and Councillor Hamilton. All those in favour, raise your hand. Okay, we have Councillor Hamilton, Councillor Hay, Councillor Luxford, Councillor Rosenfeld, Councillor Martin, Councillor Said, Councillor Burst. All those against. We have Councillors Wellington, Magna, Veach, Gordon, Asghari, Wilson, De Souza and the Mayor. I declare it lost. Thank you.
Point of order. Councillors will be heard in silence. Councillors won't speak out of order.
Yes. No, look, that point of order will be upheld because there has been a huge amount of interjection across the chamber. You're doing it right now, Councillor Hamilton. All councillors will be... Thank you. Well, now... Thank you. What we will do is, having completed the formal items on the ordinary business paper in the open session, we will now move to closed session. Thank you. In relation to CS 6/20, so we now reopen the ordinary session, and I'll read out the outcomes of the confidential ordinary council meeting into the record. CSC/26, supply of ready mix concrete tender number SS Rock T 2025-07 was carried unanimously. CS 7/26, pest and feral animal control and associated services was carried. CS 8/26, response to notice of motion addressing parking pressure was carried unanimously. CC 3/26, honouring service Anzac Street banner program was carried. An amendment was lost. CO 8/26, code of conduct and associated advisory services was carried unanimously. CO 9/26, supply and implementation of a business process management system was carried. There being no further items of the ordinary council meeting on the 24th of February leading into the 25th of February, I now declare the meeting closed. Thank you, councillors.